And according to my chat, we should be live. Did I spell everything correctly? I did. I did. However, the titles are weird. I don't like the way that the streams are titled. How do I change the stream title once I'm live? I have no idea. Great. Oh, stream settings. There we go. Okay, well, let's update the title here. And save, and I have recipe dev twice in the title. We don't like that. Twice in a row, in fact. No good. Okay, awesome. We're live on YouTube. Welcome in, y'all. Thanks for hanging out. We are going to be doing a recipe development day today. So welcome in. The recipe that we are working on today is a loaded baked potato stuffed shell. Hey Lou, what does that mean? That sounds interesting and also complicated, but delicious. Okay, what that means is I enjoy a baked potato, but I also like pasta and I love carbs. So we're making stuffed shells. Instead of putting a ricotta filling in them and covering them with tomato sauce, we're going to be putting mashed potatoes in them and covering them with a little bit of cheese and bacon, then topping them with a sour cream topping. So this is should be pretty straightforward. I'm hoping it's pretty straightforward. We're going to be doing the pasta first. So we're going to make the pasta, we're going to make the mashed potatoes, we're going to make the bacon. You could use bacon bits here if you really want to. Those are the three things that need to be like cooked for this recipe. Then we're going to use, then we're going to put that all, kind of assemble that all in a 9x13 baking dish. If you don't have a 9x13 baking dish, it's okay. You can use a 13x9. It's totally fine. Then we're going to cover that with a package of cheddar cheese and crumbled up bacon. And then from there, we're going to put that in the oven. When that comes out of the oven, we're going to put a little bit of sour cream sauce on there. I don't know really what's in the sour cream sauce yet, but we're going to figure that out together. It's also got sliced green onions in it. Those are going to be both in the potatoes and just sprinkled on top at the end. We're using powdered baked potato mix, so you can use like really any kind of baked potato mix that you like. I'm gonna use the Idahoan brand potatoes because those looked good in the store. I'm also gonna use a package of cheddar cheese, pre-shredded cheddar cheese, but you can use your own shredded cheddar cheese. And I am going to make my own bacon today, but you could also use bacon bits because we're going to call for like a volume of bacon and not like a pack. We're not using a whole package of bacon. So that's the recipe today. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you for hopping in. I appreciate you. I appreciate you no matter what you're doing, but I would appreciate if you would also hit the like button or the subscribe button. Those help get the stream to other people. And if you are on YouTube and you're interested in chatting, you need to be a subscriber. You need to have been subscribed for 5 minutes. Sorry, bots. Listen, if you're a bot and you follow and you want to just wait 5 minutes and chat, that's fine too. We're also live on Twitch. Same name, Eat It Dads. Mostly when I'm responding to chat, I'm responding to chat from the Twitch platform. So, FYI. Speaking of Twitch chat, Ty says, can I vent about something that happened? You can vent about something that happened. Girl Dad, hit that like button as you come in. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for hanging out on YouTube. It is, I like being able to stream on YouTube. I just this past weekend applied for the first level of monetization on YouTube, which means that there can be like subscription tiers and such, which means that I am going to start doing a little bit more YouTube specific stuff on the stream. So I think the next like couple months of admin work that I do are going to be to help bulk up the way that things look on YouTube and the way that the chat actually works. Because like right now, commands don't work on YouTube, things like that. So we're going to be bringing in some of the same level of functionality to the YouTube stream that is available on the Twitch stream. Because if folks are able to subscribe on YouTube, I want folks to be able to have that same level of functionality. Like, hey, if you are a paid YouTube sub, that's a Cookie Club entry. You get sound commands as well, that type of thing. So we are going to be doing that coming up. That's on the roadmap, the developmental roadmap. So FYI. Splits, loaded Philly cheesesteak, baked potato, stuffed shells. Fuck yeah. I mean, yes. That sounds delicious. I would definitely eat that. Camille, I love a good tongue twister too. One of the books that I had in my house growing up as a child was I think it was called like a Tangler of Twists, a Twister of Tongues, or something like that. Ty says, I bartended for the first time ever and I had to use CPR. Whoa. The older gentleman pulled his chair out and missed the chair because he went into cardiac arrest. Damn. Totally not your fault. Obviously not your fault. Understood why it's been haunting you. Absolutely scary to have to actually use CPR in the wild. I know taking CPR classes is one thing. Having to do it for real is another. I don't know. I know that you don't need me to tell you that person, that you gave that person a chance. And that is the whole point. The fact that you knew CPR gave that person a chance. That is scary. I'm sorry that you had to go through that. Fall Guys, yeah, totally. Good job on acting quickly, right? Brooks, hello. Cheers. Yeah, having to go through that. I mean, there's always something to be said about feeling like you did something. Having to stand there and watch and do nothing is arguably a worse feeling than knowing that you did something at all. Yikes. No, that is you're right. You're right to still have that be sitting with you for a bit. It would definitely feel you just think about it. Yeah, you think about it for a while. You don't like probably forever. Probably forever. Not to be like glib about it. But experiences like that where you find that are that level of traumatic, I feel like will stick with you. I think that you can take I don't think that you could have done anything else, and I do think that you have every right to be proud of the fact that you knew how to react, that you did react, period. Like, that's, you couldn't have done more in that situation. So like, guilt is probably there for a little bit in some capacity, but it's not a feeling that like anyone else as an outside observer would ascribe to that situation on your behalf. Like, I wouldn't read that and be like, oh, this person could have done anything else. Like, I would read that and be like, shit, like, you did everything, like, you did the things that you could, and that is commendable. So yeah, exactly, Fall Guys. That's kind of my thought. But I know what you mean. Like, when you have a traumatic experience and it just sort of, it starts, it'll sit with you. Could you have done better? No. 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 Not. Yeah, Fall Guys, exactly. If a medical professional, someone in an ambulance who's fully trained and capable for that situation, was not able to push against the inevitable, then you did fine. And you're also right to feel like to have that sitting with you, because most people don't experience being in that situation at all. Most people who take CPR lessons don't ever use CPR. I've taken CPR lessons many times for various jobs. I've never had to use it. Most people who train in CPR don't ever, I hesitate to use the words get to use it. Most people who have any kind of CPR training don't ever have to use it. Wow. Oh, that was a lot of coffee all at once. Okay. Oh, excuse me. Let me move this pot to the back here. I'm going to put this on the simmer burner, because that's really all it needs to do. Yeah, Fall Guys, exactly. You're allowed to think. You like, it's certainly well within reason to like think about could I have, or should I have? But I don't think the answer in that case is yes. Let's get out the things that we're going to be using today. We're using a lot of like prepared ingredients today. The other recipe, by the way, sorry for the vent and vibe change. No, that's reasonable. Thank you for sharing. That is a wild experience. I hope you have had some space for yourself in the past couple days. We're using a bunch of packaged stuff today. This is all very, what's the word? It's all very prepared. So my original thought with this recipe was, I was thinking of like leftovers, right? From Thanksgiving, or really any meal where you have like a bunch of mashed potatoes. And I was thinking about like leftover mashed potatoes and like leftover ham. I was thinking kind of like Easter meal, you know, where you have like ham or turkey or, you know, sort of that sort of like, you know, you make food for 10 people and you have a couple servings left over. I transitioned that to being just like a loaded baked potato. I was talking to my editor about it, and they were just basically like, why don't we take this in this direction instead? Like, we like the idea of the stuffed shell with the potato, but like, because my initial idea was like, let's put gravy on it, right? And they were like, hold on, hold up. So we're using these mashed potato packets. These are the least expensive packets I could find at the store. They are Idahoan brand. Is this something that is available for y'all? I don't usually buy like mashed potato packet type stuff. If I want mashed potatoes, I usually just boil a couple potatoes and mash them. I don't usually like make powdered mashed potatoes. Like, no shade against powdered mashed potatoes. This shit is easy. It is way easier than doing mashed potatoes. But generally speaking, like, I don't look at that section of the store because I also don't make mashed potatoes very often. And when I do, I don't make these. So, okay. So these are in Walmart's. It's available. Okay. All right. Cool. Thank you. I appreciate that. Little Burger, welcome in. My mom makes baked chicken using powdered mashed potatoes as a crust. Ooh, hell yeah. That sounds great, honestly. But I was looking in the store and I was like, these are, what I do when I shop for recipes that I'm like working on, is I'll go into my store. I usually go to there's a store by the post office. It's a fresh grocer, which is just like a normal, like not one of your like specialty organic stores. It's just like general grocery store, right? I usually go there to do my shopping for recipe development because that's more like what normally accessible grocery store. I could go to Walmart, like literally it's the reason I like Fresh Grocer is I can drive there and they have a parking lot. And so when it snowed the past week, it's been snowy, like parking in the city's been a nightmare. Anyway, these potatoes there was a ton of different varieties on the shelf and they were like the single serving. This says it serves 4. I think I'm going to make 2 packets of these. We're going to make 1 and see how that turns out. And then if I need more, I'm going to make another packet. So, like I said, I usually go to the Fresh Grocer, either Fresh Grocer or Giant or occasionally the Walmart down in southeast Philly. I would say like down on Columbus Boulevard, but y'all don't know where that is. There's maybe like 2 or 3 people who come into chat who would be like, yes, I know which Walmart you're talking about. There's 1 person who comes into chat who would know exactly which Fresh Grocer I'm talking about. Anyway, so we got like the inexpensive potatoes. We got the most common shells, the San Giorgio brand. I feel like these are the like, these are the shells that like are available at literally everywhere. This is like, they have these at like the corner store by my house. So when I say everywhere, like quite literally everywhere. We have, okay, so we got the shells, mashed potatoes, green onions. I did get fresh green onions. Here they are. We'll just put these over here for now. And shredded cheddar cheese. I got an 8-ounce pack of shredded cheddar cheese. It was on sale, so I bought the Fresh Grocer brand. It was 1 bag of the Fresh Grocer brand was less than half the price of the like same size Land O'Lakes product. And I was like, what's going on here? Anyway, so we'll get the cheese out later. But the first thing we got to do is make the shells, the potatoes, and the bacon. So I also don't think I'm going to use a whole pack of bacon. I think I'm only going to call for like four or five strips of shredded of bacon. To be fair though, I am going to make the whole pack of bacon because I'm not going to open this and make some of it. I'm going to open this and make all of it, and then if I don't use all of it, I'm going to put it back in the fridge. Anyway, there we go. Lil Burger says I may have bought over $100 of the Idaho and potatoes during pandemic. I kind of like these are great. My only qualm with these is how much sodium is in here, but like that also means that I'm not going to have to add as much salt to this. Like I don't have to worry about seasoning this because like this is going to have salt. The bacon is reduced sodium bacon, but like it's fine. They fluff up pretty big. I figured as much. I mean, 4 servings of mashed potatoes seems, I was thinking about it, it doesn't seem, I was like, oh, maybe that's not enough. But like, I think it's probably going to be enough because I'm imagining like a serving is going to fill like 4 or 5 shells. Oh, so you do have these. Okay. I like to put not as much water as the package says, a little bit less. Good to know. Fagus, you have 30-day food supply buckets in a closet. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. It's funny. Kenora every once in a while does a like tour of her bug out bag. And every time she does, I'm like, I need to get one of those together. Jamie, welcome in. Hello. Jamie, it's really funny because for the next 9 entries, it's going to give you the little like Cookie Club entry thing, but it's not. And I'm sorry. It's still just a regular old check-in. Fago says, have I ever done an MTV Crib style video? You know what? I haven't. But I was thinking about this recently, where so last Thursday, why did I just open these? Cooking direction. Hold on. Pause, Lou. Pause. Let's just do one thing at once. Let's really just do one thing at once. You know, I don't even have water on the stove to cook these yet, and I've already opened the box. We're going to cook these second. We're going to cook the bacon first. I'll be back later. Jamie, enjoy your lunch. Enjoy lunch. We'll be here until 5:30 today. Stream is going to end at 5:30 p.m. sharp, if not sooner. Jamie, for your purposes, we are going to be doing our Cookie Club drawing. Cookie Club entries are printed and ready to go. We're going to be doing our Cookie Club drawing at 5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So just FYI, 5:15 p.m. today. I might be a little bit earlier than that, but like we'll still be doing the drawing at 5:15. So just like FYI. And you've got some entries this month. So I thought it would be worth knowing. You have actually quite a few entries this month. I was looking through. We're gonna cook this bacon. I got this. I don't love this reduced sodium bacon. What I do love about this though is this is the John F. Martin and Sons brand. Now, do I love this brand? Not particularly. What I love about it is it's a local brand, local to me. It's made in Stevens, Pennsylvania. When I go camping, I pass the processing plant. I pass their like big factory. So much like the butter that I get, I always try to buy like local Pennsylvania brands if I can. Pennsylvania, New Jersey, Maryland, New York, like this little area that I live in. So it was between this, the reduced sodium bacon, and the hickory smoked bacon. I opted for the reduced sodium bacon only because I didn't want the like hickory smoked flavor to come into the potatoes. It was just like, I'd rather get the reduced sodium and deal with that than the hickory smoked flavor. So that was my calculus this time around. Anyway, we're going to bake the bacon. I wonder if there's directions on here for this. Oven, arrange bacon in a single layer in a shallow baking dish. Bake at 375 for 14 to 17 minutes until brown and crisp. 14 to 17, that's a specific time. Microwave, you can microwave this. All right, arrange slices in a single layer between paper towels. Microwave on high. Y'all, I have never microwaved bacon. I didn't know that you could microwave regular bacon. Honestly, had no idea. Family tradition of quality for 4 generations. John F. Martin and Sons. This is the whole, they got the whole family history on here. John F. Martin, founder of John F. Martin and Sons, was a struggling farmer making his way through the Great Depression. To do this, he began raising produce and poultry for resale at a market stand in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Hey, that's where I live. After 21 years of travel, he decided to open a butcher shop and market stand locally, and then in 1961 established John F. Martin and Sons to sell fine meat products throughout Pennsylvania. Today, the 4th generation of John F. Martin and Sons LLC continues to follow on John F. Martin's original commitment to providing only the finest meat and cheese products. Fantastic. The F stands for fantastic. I'm just kidding. It doesn't. I have no idea what it stands for. All right, let's open these. It says to just put these on in a shallow baking dish. I like putting them on a grate. I don't know. Maybe we could just put them on the sheet pan. Should I just put these like right on the sheet pan? I feel like when I put them on the sheet pan, they end up like burning, and then I have to scrub the pan and it gets, oh, why is this difficult? Okay, there we go. Yeah, we're just gonna put these on, I'm gonna cook these the way I usually do. Actually, no, I'm going to cook these per the package instructions. So, single layer in a shallow baking dish. Now, is it baking? It says baking dish, but like, I'm just going to use this sheet pan. It's fine. I'm gonna make this the way it says to. The reason is that I just thought about it for a second, and I was like, you know, I'm doing this as a recipe that I'm like working on. I should just say, because what I want to say is like cook bacon per package instructions, right? Like that's really the goal here. I don't want to write how to cook bacon in this recipe. Like I just want you to follow the directions on the package to cook the bacon that you have. So per package instructions is how I'm going to also cook these, even though that's not the way I normally do it. And we do want these in a single layer, so I'm going to need to like move these down so I can get at least one strip of bacon along the top here. Probably 2 strips of bacon along the top here. I'm going to have to overlap these slightly. That's okay. That's okay. We'll go back and do that. I also need to turn the oven up because I have it at 350 and not 375, which it said it needs to be at. All right, we just need to overlap these just slightly. These will shrink up a little bit, and by the time I'm finished, they'll be in a single layer. And we'll take all the fat from this tray and put that in a little mug too, because that, last night I was looking for some fat, bacon fat, or some type of fat. I was looking for bacon or chicken fat. I was going to make croutons for the soup. But I didn't have any, which is why I ended up making garlic bread instead. I used the leftover roasted garlic that I had from making those cookies last week for garlic bread, which was really good, except certain members of my family complained because they saw the garlic bread and were like, oh, I thought you were making spaghetti. Turns out you're making soup. And that was disappointing, which is a valid complaint. But I was also like, it's homemade garlic bread, y'all. You can't please everybody. All right, I'm going to wash my hands here. We'll wash my hands, we'll turn the oven up. The oven's still preheating, so we need to wait for that anyway. But the bacon is ready to go in. Turn this up. 75. Alrighty. Did I notice the WWE event last night? I did not. I'm unfamiliar. I'm not familiar with it. I did not notice that it happened. I did not. Was it enjoyable? Did you get what you wanted out of it? I hope. Tatsu, welcome in. That's a Cookie Club entry. Ah, I think I felt it. I did. I felt it in Discord. It buzzes. It buzzes my phone. It was in Philly. Oh. Cool. No, I didn't. I was not aware there was a WWE. Do we say it WWE or do we just say we? Do you actually pronounce all the letters or do you just extend the W sound? I don't know. I guess it's either one. Thought I might have noticed. Splits, I'll be honest with you, I didn't even go outside yesterday. Not a single, did I go outside yesterday? No, I did not step foot outside of my door yesterday. Prepare pasta and potatoes per package directions. Prepare pasta, potatoes, and bacon per package directions. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Oh, shoot, sorry. I had a moment. I just panicked for a moment because I thought I didn't set a timer for the bacon, but I didn't even put the bacon in yet. When I put the bacon in, that's when I'll forget to set the timer. All right, the oven says it's preheated now. That was good. That was actually perfect timing because now that I'm still in the same thought train, I can remember to set the timer. 14 minutes. We're also going to set a timer for 17 minutes because it said 14 to 17. Y'all, I didn't even have to pull the package out of the trash can to remember those numbers. You may clap for me because that was an impressive feat of short-term memory. Okay, let's put the bacon in. And we're going to remember to start the timers. Go. Go. We did it. We did it. Okay, bacon is in the oven. I need to put a big pot of water on the stove for the pasta. It says bring... Okay, so I'm making a full box. I want 5 quarts. 5 quarts of water. Add pasta, return to a boil, cook, stirring occasionally, drain well. Separate cooked jumbo shells and lay on wax paper or aluminum foil to keep from sticking. Fill if desired. Okay, cover with plastic wrap. Refrigerate up to 24 hours. Okay, so you can cook these and not have to fill them immediately. What I'm getting from reading the directions on this box are that you can cook these and save them for a little later. So I think that's what we're gonna try to do. We're gonna cook these and let me put a big pot of water on. DJ Harley, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. We're gonna put these on the stove. Y'all, we might get to both of these recipes that I'm working on today. I'm noting the time. I don't think it should not take me 4 hours to cook the rest of this recipe. So, hopefully not. Hopefully not. Maybe though. We are going to put a pot of water on the stove. We're going to cook these shells. Then we're going to cook these potatoes. Sarah says, yes, I did some shells recently. I cooked them, rinsed them under cold water, and put a little oil and set aside. Awesome. Good to know. Yeah, I feel like, you know, I want to cook these, but then I also am not going to use them like immediately. It's going to be, I don't know, 20, 30 minutes between finishing them and filling them. Probably longer than that, if I'm guessing. All right, let's get this pot of water filled. Coming along, it's coming. All right, oh, that's too full. Okay, put this on the big burner, the heavy boil burner. Oh, hold on, it's clicking. There we go. All right, do I need to add salt? Optional. It doesn't say how much salt, so we're just going to add salt, period, to this. Box of salt. All right. Ricotta, spinach, and cottage cheese. Ooh. That sounds delicious. That does sound delicious. That was what I was thinking of for this recipe. I was going to make stuffed shells with mashed potatoes, but my initial pitch for this was take mashed potatoes but mix in spinach, like just a bag of like fresh spinach to the mashed potatoes until it wilts, and then get your basically like spinach, garlic powder, onion powder into the mashed potatoes, and then a little bit of cheddar cheese on top of that, and then a little bit of gravy, like literal gravy. I was like gonna have, my initial pitch was like make a packet of gravy and dump that on top. Well, we're taking this more in the potato-y direction, which in retrospect feels okay. Feels pretty good. Not in retrospect, in reality. I'm probably going to need a little bit of pepper here, so let's get some pepper. Oh, I wanted to try something. I was talking about getting a grinder, like a spice grinder the other day, and it occurs to me that I own a bullet blender, and that I don't really want to use this to grind spices with all the time, because I don't love the idea of like, I just don't love the idea of having this be like the spice grinding thing. Also, this is a lot, the like screwing and unscrewing. What I want is a small countertop coffee grinder for dedicated for grinding spices. That's my goal. But I wanted to see if I could grind some peppercorns in here. And like, I'm pretty sure I can. I don't think this is not a like, oh, we're doing a science experiment here, but like, I just want to see how well it works, honestly. So while we're waiting for water to boil and bacon to cook in the oven, let's do that. Love the out of the box idea. I have these things where I love something that you can just like have a base for, right? Sarah, where it's like, you know, just start with like shells and potato, and then like you could do like all the stuff that you can put on a baked potato, you could also do in this version, right? It's the same basic thought where I was like doing the idea of the toasts, right? Like soup toasts, where like you can do a broccoli cheddar toast, right? As long as you have a base of like, here's how you make the toast part of it. You know, how do you top it is just kind of up to you. Let's see if this grinds. I don't know if it will. I mean, I know it will, but I don't know if it'll do it the way as well as I want it to. Let's see. I mean, yeah, that looks like ground pepper. How well ground is that? It needs to be a little finer. Well, that worked. That was cool. Damn, look at all that pepper that I got now. That was like 20 minutes worth of hand grinding. Wow. Machines make life easier. How about that? Shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Is there a specific reason why you wanted to find out? Well, there was big chunks. There was a couple big chunks in there. I just didn't want like a large chunky pepper. That's it. And yeah, I took these from like peppercorns. Like I started with peppercorns. So I was just, because if you know, when you hang out here, you watch me grind pepper from this thing. I'll be like, well, I need 2 teaspoons of pepper, and I'll just be standing here for like 10 minutes, like hand grinding pepper, you know, which is cute and bespoke, but like also unnecessary. But I've been saying for a little while, I want to get a dedicated like spice grinder that's not this blender. Like this is okay, but like this is also, now I've got like 2 pieces of this to wash. The next time Calvin makes a smoothie, it's going to taste like pepper, you know, like, so there's reasons that I don't want to mix this sort of my regular blender with grinding spices. But I wanted to do that today because I was thinking about it and I was like, well, why not? Just try it. See if it works. Okay. But I don't know how much pepper I'm gonna need, so I have enough. I gave in. And now that just has like steeled my resolve to get a countertop spice grinder. I feel like I would use that more frequently than I would use like an air fryer. when I'm talking about like appliances, right? Like I don't give in to purchasing appliances very easily. In fact, I don't purchase appliances, generally speaking. I am much more of a like, I'm just going to do it by hand person. Okay, so bacon is in the oven. Bacon has either 2 minutes or 5 minutes left on it. I have my water for the shells on the stove, or yeah, on the stove. This is coming up to boil. The mashed potatoes, I'm gonna get started on also simultaneously. So this is one of those recipes where I think I'm just doing these things sort of one by one, and I'm thinking about them one by one. But if I was like following a recipe, the end result of this is basically going to be like, set a pot of water on the stove, cook the bacon, make the potatoes all at the same time. Like, do all of that at the same time. Add 2 cups of boiling water to a heat-resistant serving bowl. Add entire pouch of potatoes. Mix thoroughly using a fork to moisten all potatoes. Let stand for 1 minute. Stir well and enjoy. Okay. Y'all, I have a pot of boiling water on the stove. I don't need to, I could just do this immediately. But what I think I want to do here is, I think I want to use the kettle, right? Because this is fine. How many cups of water can I put in here? Max 1 liter. Okay. So that's reasonable. Let's boil our water in this kettle. So the most exciting thing that happened was the machine grinding of the pepper, I have to admit. So we're going to make these potatoes with a hot water kettle. 212 degrees Fahrenheit is boiling. So once this is up to temperature, we'll just put these in, put this in a bowl. And I'll just measure it. I guess I'll just measure this by weight, right? 2 cups of water. Okay, so hold on, timer's going off. That's the 14-minute timer. Let's check the bacon. Bacon is not finished yet. We're gonna give that, we're gonna let the, I already have the 17-minute timer running, so I'm just gonna get up to 17 minutes. I'll let this, we're gonna let this other timer run out. And then we'll figure it out. You don't have to cover this. You don't have to do anything with it. You just 2 cups of water, heat resistant bowl. Great. We can do that. That's easy. Let's put those in a big glass bowl. Girl Terminator, welcome in. We'll do this by weight because that'll be easier. A cup of water is 237 milliliters. That is 237 grams. 1 gram equals 1 milliliter. For liquids, which includes water. This kettle is really cute, so fluff. This was one of those. So I'm not easy to buy gifts for, or rather, I'm easy to buy gifts for, but you have to be, you have to like, I don't know. I would probably be easy to buy gifts for if you were like listening to me talk all the time and like thinking about it that way. But this was one of those gifts that was like, hey, here's a link to the exact thing that I want on the internet. And then I received it as a gift and I was like, oh, thank you. It's exactly what I wanted. I'm like, yes, it is. But I use it all the time. It's great for coffee. It's great for tea. It's great for things like this where I'm just like, you know, would like a boiling water and I don't want to make it on the stove, but just make it in the kettle. All right, what do we want to do? Roasted garlic or butter and herb? I think roasted garlic because it's going to have more flavor. I feel like I'm going to make 2 of these, but I think roasted garlic is going to be the move. Okay, timer's going off. Feral Terminator, what is your top 10 meal? I love a top 10 meal. These are hardly ready yet. I'm going to give this another like 5 minutes in the oven. I just, like I said, my oven is like, my oven is not calibrated. I'm 100% positive that my oven, it says 375. I'm pretty positive that this oven is actually at like 350 right now. That's the functional temperature inside of the oven. J-Mug, welcome in. Welcome in. Garlic always. I agree with you. We're on the same team here. All right, so let's see how these potatoes end up. Add 2 cups to a heat-resistant serving bowl. Serving bowl. See, they're like, just make this right in the bowl where you're going to serve this from. Perfect. Add entire pouch. Oh wait, you're supposed to add the water first. I don't think it matters. I know there's only 3 directions, and I messed up the first one. But it says add 2 cups of boiling water, immediately add entire pouch of potatoes. I think it's probably okay if I just add the potatoes and then pour the water in and stir as I'm pouring it in, right? That has to be okay. There's not a world where that's not okay. Ray, welcome in. Creamy chicken chili crisp linguine. Hold on. There's a lot of words in that. Creamy chicken chili crisp linguine. So I'm imagining it's like a cream sauce with chili crisp in it that has caramelized onions on top, which sounds great. Sometimes if you do it the other way around, things get lumpy. God damn. You're really gonna make me do this? Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, fine. Feral Terminator, that sounds great. Did you make this? Or was this a dish, an out-of-home dish? Oh, you made it. Super. Recipe? Or your own concoction? All right. Bacon is still going. My pasta order is moving. Here's what we're gonna do. I took the potatoes out of this bowl. So we're gonna do it the exact way that it says. I took the potatoes completely out of the bowl. They're in this other little dish here. We're waiting for my kettle here, waiting for the kettle to boil. From the Every Plate meal service. Okay. I don't think I've heard of Every Plate. What is the one I keep getting commercials for? I forget what it is. I keep getting commercials for Hungry Root. That's the one I'm getting commercials for now. Okay. You feel better now. feel neutral about it. But let's put a trivet underneath of this so the heat doesn't like mess up my scale. Okay, 237 grams of water in this bowl. This is boiling. 50, 100, 220, 30, 40. Oh no, 250. Shit, it's too much. It's too much. We had too much water. Okay, 237 grams. Got it. We did it. Immediately add the entire pouch of potatoes. Mix thoroughly using a fork to moisten all potatoes. Okay. Adding the pouch. We're using a fork. We're moistening all the potatoes. We got it. Let's stand for 1 minute, it says. Damn. That absorbed all that liquid right away. Okay, I already and immediately know that I want more potatoes in this. So, good. I know that I need two batches of this, which is great. Okay. We're letting it stand. We're going to let this stand for a little longer than a minute because we are. I can't use these right away. We're gonna let this sit just like that. Oh, I'm an idiot. I added half of the water that you need. I added 1 cup of water. Okay, so we're 100, 200. See, I tried to do it the right way and I still messed it up. Okay. It's fine. I caught it right away. And we'll do better next time. Again, I don't think it actually matters. Okay. Still think I need more potatoes in this, but that's fine. Okay. This... I can't even make mashed potato packets the right way. Okay, the timer's going off for the bacon. This is just about finished. I think 2 more minutes. Okay, I swear. This is supposed to be easier, y'all. That's 20 minutes. I can't do that. Okay. It did look a little wonky. That's right. Cyber, welcome in. HelloFresh is the parent company. Okay. You have a small fridge and buying ingredients and cooking is a pain. I get that. I also love my... I used to get Blue Aprons a ton, like meal services. That was a really super consistent thing for me back in the day. And I certainly appreciate how easy that whole thing is. The whole Blue Apron, any of those are great. They're great because you don't waste ingredients with it either. You don't have leftover ingredients. The best way to make gnocchi is with baked or microwave potatoes. I totally agree, Tatsu. The other thing that I've heard with gnocchi before is to roast them on a bed of salt which sucks up more moisture from them so that they are easier to like manipulate. Like it dries out the potato a lot more, which I've heard is a good thing. Is gnocchi better with russet or yellow potatoes? I believe russet. I think that's my understanding anyway. HelloFresh uses a bunch of AI. I believe that. Yeah, I definitely believe that. They're just all of it is just like I'm annoyed. I'm annoyed with the whole thing. Anybody that just like uses a ton of AI in all of their product and packaging now is frustrating to me. I was saying the other, I just like, I don't know. I keep getting all these job alerts on LinkedIn for like all these different companies, and it's just like every one of them is like some sort of AI generative like thing, and I'm just like it's just like the AI solution to blah blah blah, and I'm like some things don't need an AI solution. You just I don't know. Every plate is the budget version with less premium options. It comes in a paper bag. You have to separate it yourself. Totally fine. Yeah, as someone who just like enjoys cooking without a recipe, I don't mind that you just send me the ingredients. That was one of my knocks against those package services where like they'd send you, it was like everything was wrapped in individual little plastic bags. Russet is best for gnocchi. Yeah, I think yellow potatoes tend to be too moisture, tend to be they have too much moisture. Grainy. Yeah, you don't want grainy gnocchi. Yeah, Trinderella, if your photos of your food in your food company packaging is not real food, I don't trust you. Sorry. Like facts. Okay, I think this bacon is probably finished. Let's get this out and put it on a plate. I'm also going to put it on a paper towel and drain it. Now, the bacon here is a topping. It's going to be like a crumbled sort of topping scenario. So I think I do want to drain it. I also want the grease from the tray. Keep that. So we're going to take this out. This is not the way I usually cook bacon, so I'm not quite sure if this is finished. I believe it is. I don't know. I heard it. I heard it. Yeah. It's not crispy because it's wet. Grace, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Oh, that is a lot. Yeah, like I don't usually cook it on the tray in its own grease like this. I usually cook it on a rack. But today, as I said when I put it in the oven, I am trying to follow the package directions, which say to put it on a tray. Actually, they say to use a baking dish, but I think this is roughly the same thing when it comes down to it, right? Sheet pan, baking dish, all kind of about the same. I think. I think it's okay. All right. Well, those little bits are stuck on, so that's probably a good sign. Let's put this off to the side, where inevitably I will lose track of it mentally, and a cat will come up and be up on that in just a moment here. So we're gonna save all this bacon grease in a little mug. I'm not gonna I'm not filtering this or straining this in any way. I'm just gonna kind of just putting it in a mug. I am making sure I get all of it though. So I'm taking the spatula and scraping down the pan. Because the worst is leaving it on here. I don't want to leave it. There we go. All right. That's better. Now, let's not forget and think this is my coffee. That would not be good. I'm going to pop this in the fridge next to the butter. All righty. Still waiting for my pasta water to boil. So we have our potatoes and our bacon ready, but the pasta, not yet. Moist bacon, I know. But it's on a tray. It'll dry. It'll dry. It'll dry. Yeah, so Fluff, I just usually put it on a rack so that the grease like drips off of it. And it always like, it ends up that my bacon is like drier. So I think it's fine. Visually, I don't have, I'm not used to looking at it and discerning whether or not it's finished when it's cooking in the grease like that. I have the same problem when I cook it in like a cast iron pan or on the griddle or anything like that. Like when I'm not cooking it on the rack where the grease all just drops off of it, it confuses me because it's like it'll dry. Like the way that I've cooked it, it will dry out and it's going to be fine. But I'm always like, but it looks so like limp. Whereas when I cook it on the rack, it like dries as it's cooking. 9, welcome in. Feral Terminator says, there are places where AI is helpful, but that's not what's happening. They're trying to shove it in places it simply does not need to exist and is actively making things worse for the regular person. I agree with you. I think that I appreciate things like where I appreciate AI for the ability to maybe like organize things, like kind of step back a little bit. I don't use it. I have before, but it's not it's not a regular practice for me. I've used it to like I've used it to I've tried to use it to organize things previously, and I've been like, hey, can you put this list in alphabetical order for me? And it hasn't done it correctly. So I've had like mixed results. I generally don't use AI just because I feel sort of like, I don't know. It's a slippery slope for me, and I'd rather not start down that slope. I think I'm just pause. I think I'm going to make more potatoes than this because this doesn't seem like enough. So I think I'm going to make two. I think I'm going to make 2 of these packets. And then we're going to mix them together in this bowl. So we have our water. It's still in here. It's still at the right temperature. So we need to have two cups of hot water, which is 237 grams per cup. That's 474 grams, right? 474? Yeah. Okay, 474 grams. And then we'll mix the 2, 3, 400, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 474. Perfect. You got rid of your Google and Amazon stuff. I still have the Google Home. I still use a Google Home in the house. We also have an Amazon one of the Amazon ones. I forget what they're called. Tells you how much I use it. Alexa, that's what it is, an Amazon Alexa. I do appreciate those. I mainly use it as a like way to play music out loud. And not necessarily a like answering questions robot, you know. Thank you, J-Monk. I am trying. That is the goal. All right, so we just made the second packet of mashed potatoes. I'm going to let that stand for a minute. Yeah, I think with the AI stuff, I don't love the. I mean, obviously, there's a part of it where it's like, hey, we're generating, you know, things to deceive people. We're generating images to convince people of something that's not real. You know, I'm thinking of how, like, you know, the news, quote unquote news. You know, I don't love that you have to try to figure out, like, is this thing that is being presented in front of me on the internet real or not? But more to the point, yeah, like if your like packaged food company is using fake pictures of food, it's like, just why can't you just use a real picture? Like, just, we don't need, like, it doesn't need to be fake. It shouldn't be fake. It should be a picture of the product. Like, I don't think that's like, I don't understand anyone who would argue the other side of that position. Like, you're trying to sell me a food product, show me a picture of the real product. Like, I don't think you can argue. I just fundamentally don't understand the folks that would argue the other side of that. The other side of it is like, yeah, maybe you're saving money on, like, what, hiring a photographer, hiring an editor, hiring a food stylist, but like, at what cost? You know, the cost of your consumer trust? I don't know. Consumer trust is very low. I feel like I'm betraying humanity. Yeah, kind of. I don't have any of that stuff. Like, we have a Google Home. These lights are like the Philips Hue things, but like, I just flip the lights on and off in the house. I don't know, maybe that makes me old school, but I don't get it. 9, I do, yeah, I use the shopping list. Now, what annoys me is that, like, the home, because we have the personalized voice things so that, like, Calvin can play his own playlist, right? When he's like, can you add something to the shopping list? It's like, hey, we don't recognize what list you want to add it to. And I'm just like, just one fucking, just, oh, it's so annoying. It's so annoying. If you can't get your recipe to work in Photograph Wall, I think it shouldn't be an included recipe. I mean, plenty of recipes don't photograph well. That pasta stew that I've been making is just red. It's red. It doesn't look good. The only good way to photograph it is to put a little bit of parsley on top of it so you have a color contrast, but it doesn't mean it doesn't taste good, you know? J-Monk, exactly. Like, there was a whole thing about about food styling, like, you know, my Big Mac doesn't look like this. Yeah, no shit. Because the one in the picture has, like, hand-placed sesame seeds that were held on with hairspray. Like, of course it doesn't look like that. But at least it was designed by a person. I don't know. Like... Oh, customers would be perfectly happy with home-cooked looking food photos in the mailbox. Exactly. Like, I I've been taking pictures of my food, just like whatever I'm eating on the counter for years. I think they look fine. It's not styled. I might style it a little bit. I might like put put parsley on the corner of it and sprinkle a little cheese. And then when I like actually serve it, I like drown the thing in cheese, right? Like, but I'm with you. I don't get the whole, like, I don't know. I cannot square using a completely artificial image for something that exists in real life. That's just weird to me. It's weird to me. Show me an honest depiction of what this meal looks like. I'm not buying it. I'm not buying the meal kit because I think I'm not shopping for the meal kit because I think the picture looked good. If I'm on the website and I'm looking to order a meal kit, I'm like, a good looking picture is important, right? An honest depiction of the meal is important. Being able to see the thing that I'm going to get. But like, if I can't possibly replicate, despite knowing how to cook and doing the directions the exact way, the thing that is on your website, you're disenfranchising me from reality. And over time, you lose my trust as a consumer. Like, I think that people are like, we're going to save money here. But like, if I look on your website, everything is AI generated, I'm not going to buy from you because I don't trust you. That's how that's my feeling about it. Like, if I don't trust you, I'm not going to, we're not doing this. It's the same reason you got to be photo verified on a dating app. Because otherwise you're just a computer. Right? This is how it goes. The products being eaten in the commercials. Taco Bell knows what they are. Taco Bell is just like, listen, we're not here to look good. We're here because you're drunk. Please enjoy. 9 says, a black bean soup. Put a sprig of cilantro, scatter the tiny bit of cheese. Exactly. Just like, you can make it look good. You can make it look good. You don't have to make it look fake. Okay. Cook uncovered stirring occasionally. How long? 10 minutes. Okay, let's set a timer for 10 minutes. My water is boiling. 10 minutes. Let's stir these in. Okay. The thing with these shells is you are always going to lose a few of them in the process here because it's, oh, start my timer. I did. Yay. Because some of them are going to break. Some of them are going to rip. And that's okay. Let's get our, we're getting there. This is an interesting one. I'm trying to keep the process simple, but so I'm going to need to think about how to make this a simpler process, because the overall here, this is feeling complicated, despite the fact that the ingredients are rather straightforward. It's feeling complicated because I made the bacon and need to cook the shells, make the bacon, and make the potatoes. Man, you can really tell the difference between these two potatoes. One, hold on, come on in here a little closer. So the one that's on top here was the one that I did, I messed up my timing on. And the one that's on the bottom is the one that I did the exact directions from the packet. And they look different. I guess that's what happens when you really only have like a minute to get it right. So anyway, that said, I'm going to mix these together because these are two different types of potatoes. So I don't want these to be, I want the flavor to blend together here. I don't want to have two distinctly different types of fillings for these shells. That's not the goal. So we're going to mix these together. And I also want to add in some green onion here. So while my shells are cooking, let's get our green onion together. Now, I know these potatoes taste good. I don't need to worry about the seasoning because they are fully seasoned, ready to go, plenty of sodium. They're packet potatoes. I'm not worried about whether or not they taste good. I know they taste good. Bacon. The only other things I have to prep here are bacon and green onions. But before I do that, let me get my colander out to drain these shells. And, you know, am I going to drain these shells or do I want to take them out with I think I might want to take them out just with the spider and just put them in a big bowl with, no, I am going to drain them because I want to run them under some cold water and then I'll put them in here and toss them with a little bit of oil so that they stay not sticky. Okay, we got the process. I do not need to save any of my pasta water this time because we're not making a sauce. These are just shells that are just shells that are getting stuffed. So no need to save the pasta water. Let me clear out my sink a little bit. Okay, sink is cleared. Sink is cleared. We got potatoes. Let me give these a stir again. I don't see them coming up. So they still feel a little solid, which is good. We're cooking. We're getting there. I don't want to cut the I don't want to start. I want to cut up the bacon yet because I'm not sure exactly how much we're going to need. I think the green onions I can start cutting though, and get those into. I want to do two things with the green onions. I want to put them in the potatoes, so I want to mix them into the potatoes themselves, and then I also want to have some left over for the topping. Again, because of visual appearances, right? We're talking about, you know, generative AI and all that. I want to be able to style these with some actual green onions on the top. So let me wash my hands before I cut those. Time check, 14:01. All right, we're doing great here. We're good on time. As I mentioned, I do think that I'm going to have plenty of time to do my next recipe. The next recipe that I'm working on is super, super easy. Y'all are going to laugh. Y'all are going to laugh because it's one of those, like, obviously, well, you don't even need a recipe for this situation. But that's how it goes sometimes. I think we'll get there today, though. Because once these are in the oven, this should be really, really straightforward. And then the next recipe is just a baking recipe. I need to keep track of like the volume of ingredients. It's not baking. It's just kind of set it in the oven and let it go. Okay, let's see. How many green onions do I want to cut up here? Let's start with 3. Let's start with 4. Now, some of these have some dead pieces on them. So actually, before I do this, let me trim these. These weren't looking so great when I got them, but I put them in a cup of water and they sprang back. But they still, some of the stalks didn't make it, and that's okay. We're just going to trim these up here. All right, that looks better. It's like a bouquet. You sort of have to keep it trimmed. It's an interesting, I don't often get like fresh flowers for the house, but when I do, one of the things that I really enjoy is like kind of refreshing them every day, like looking them over, deadheading them, kind of making the bouquet look nicer, and it ends up lasting longer when you do that. It's funny. It's a very meditative sort of process doing that. All right, these are looking good. Getting softer here. Now, we're not cooking these really in any type of sauce, so I do need to remember that when I've got my, when I put these in a pan, I do think I need to spray the roasting pan with a little bit of like nonstick oil or something like that, so that we have a better base, because there's not anything going to be underneath of these to keep them from sticking, and I worry that they will stick. Okay, I've got my green onions. Let me I've got a little like cup measure. This glass is exactly 1 cup. Thank you, Pampered Chef. Love these. So we're going to see what volume of green onion this ends up being. I think probably anything up to a cup is fine here. This is going to end up being a little less, but that's expected. So we'll just put the remainder back into the jar. The little ends here. All right. Looks good. Okay, we're going to take a pause. That's the timer for my pasta. That was 10 minutes. Take one of these out and just make sure that this is exactly where I want it to be. The thing about pasta is it's not like an oven. Boiling water is boiling water. Okay, that's pretty good. Let me take this over to the sink and we're going to drain it, rinse it, and toss it with a bit of olive oil in this bowl. So let's drain. I'm going to rinse with some cold water here to stop the cooking, just till the steam stops. Okay, those look good. And we're going to take this over into this bowl. And I'm going to pour a little bit of olive oil on here, not too much, just enough so that it's a little greasy. And we have our shells here ready for stuffing. All right, these are ready to go. Perfect. So we have our potatoes ready to go. We have our shells ready to go. I have the bacon I need to chop the bacon. I need to get the cheese out of the fridge. But before we do that, let's measure our green onion here. So this was 4 green onions worth, really roughly 3 green onions, because they were only like 1 or 2 stalks each, because some of the stalks had died. So we have about a half a cup of green onion. I think I want more than that. Yeah, I definitely want more than that. So let's do another couple of those. Let's do 3 more of those. Catastrophe, welcome in. Sorry, just switch dominant hand. Oh no. Okay, left hand. This is the right hand is the one with all the tattoos. The left hand is the one with some tattoos. Oh God. Okay. I saw it before I started using the knife. I could have pretended I didn't see it, but that would have been disingenuous because I did see it. Okay. So we got some chopping here. I don't often do like fine chopping. The rocking motion is weird. I have to pay greater attention when I'm doing it like this. It's certainly a lot slower, isn't it? Please don't cut your finger off. Well, I mean, I'm going to try not to. The thing with using your non-dominant hand, I think that it ends up making me a little bit. I go a little bit slower, but it also often ends up that I am more. I end up sort of learning how to do things closer to the quote unquote proper way, because I have these like habits that I've formed through, you know, just years of being right-handed that are, I don't want to say like shortcuts to something, but it ends up being like just like, oh, I always do it this way, you know, so I just continue. And when I start trying to do something more left-handed, I have to like think about it more. And it ends up where I do it more aligned with the like proper way sometimes. No, that was good timing though. Right before I'm cutting something. And we got bacon coming up too, so we're gonna cut the bacon. All right, that is about a half a cup of onion. So we've got that's about a half a cup, 30 grams. How many ounces is that? 1.05. Okay. Oh, why are those green onions awful? Green onions don't usually make me cry, but these are like, these are really hitting. That's weird. That's weird. And welcome in. Happy Tuesday. All right. So pasta's finished. The oven is still on. The oven is, I'm going to back the oven off to 350. Okay, so we have our shells. My loose recipe is prepare pasta and potatoes per package directions, cook bacon. Cook bacon. Okay. Make sour cream sauce. I'm not going to make the sour cream sauce yet because I want to stuff these shells. So I need to get out the cheese. So we have Sharp cheddar, natural shredded cheddar cheese. I knew this was the right cheese, y'all. Like, I knew I was buying the right cheese because of the food photo on the front, which was in fact a loaded baked potato. So I was like, we're in the right spot now. Which cheese should I get? Oh, it's the one with the thing I'm making on the front of it. Perfect. J-Monk, enjoy the rest of your day. I hope you have a good one. I hope it is a good one. I hope it's been a good one. Thanks for hanging out. And thank you for your enthusiasm. Here's what we're going to do, though. We're going to mix half of these green onions into the potatoes here. So I want about 15 grams worth of green onions in here. Okay, that's 15 grams. So we're going to mix this in. Now, I still got this little fork here that I was using to fluff the potatoes, which is not ideal, but it's working. And that's good. So I'm gonna prepare the pasta, mix potatoes in, and 1/2 of green onions. About 1/4 cup. Okay. Ty says, are onion goggles a real thing? Onion goggles, like specific goggles made for onion cutting, are a real thing. I've seen them in the store before. You can, in fact, purchase them. It is a brand. It's like the Onion Goggles brand, which is kind of weird, but also like sort of fun. Okay, how do I want to do this? Because I'm ready to assemble these. First, I think I need to stuff the shells first. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to stuff the shells. We're going to, we're going to prepare the pan, stuff the shells. Then we're going to add, I think when I stuff the shells, I want to I don't want to sprinkle the bacon on top. I want to make sure that the bacon gets pressed in, because basically, like, I want each shell, when you pull it out of the pan and put it on a tray, to have bacon. I don't want it to be like I get annoyed. I don't want it to be a thing where you like take it out and the bacon just falls off. I get really annoyed when you have a recipe that's just like stuff is just sprinkled on top, and then when you serve it, it just like falls back into the pan, and then you have to like scoop it out separately with a spoon or whatever. The bacon is going to be optional here, so I'm not going to if the bacon were part of the recipe, meaning in there 100% of the time, like no whatever, I would mix it in with the potato. It's not. So what I'd like, I think, is I want to stuff the shells and then basically take like a pinch of bacon and press it into the potato if you're using it. And if you're not using it, you just don't do that. Because I don't want it to fall off. So let's cut up 4 pieces of bacon, I think, and we'll measure out what that is, both cup and weight. So let me wash my hands, and we'll cut the bacon left-handed. And won't that be an adventure? Yeah, who would say no to bacon? Catastrophe. I know. Like, I don't know. Vegetarians. And obviously you could make this with like turkey bacon if you wanted to. You could make it with, you could probably make this, I mean, you could make this with whatever. You wanted to put leftover shredded chicken in here, that would work too. Obviously. How are my shells doing? Good. They're not sticking together. That's the point, is the shells are not sticking together. That's the goal. Okay. How's this bacon doing? Yeah, that's cooked. I mean, it's obviously cooked. It's not like super crispy, but it's cooked enough. Let's see. Let's just cut. I'm going to start with 4 strips of bacon. And we're going to cut these. I'm going to stack these up and cut them roughly lengthwise. And then we're going to chop them into pieces. Small pieces. And see how much that is. That looks to be maybe a 1/4 cup at most. Okay. Too strong and too greasy, Tatu. I agree with you. It is greasy. It is a pretty strong, it can be a pretty strong flavor. Buffalo chicken stuffed shells. That sounds good. I was thinking, like, this is sort of as I was considering this, I was considering this as like a base recipe, right? Like this is basically a, okay, that was 4. Let's do 8. That was a 1/2 cup. So let's just do like a cup of bacon, a cup of cooked bacon slices. So that's 8 pieces. I don't cook bacon very often. Usually I get turkey bacon because it's less fatty. It's like not as greasy. It ends up being turkey bacon just ends up being like sort of like a jerky, like dry. Horse jerky, that sounds fascinating. What was that like? What was that like compared to like a regular beef jerky? Could you tell, was there a difference in texture or flavor that was like super discernible? Also, was that a unique dish there, or was that like a common thing? 9, you do your own bacon. That's fun. I've never made it. I've only ever eaten it from like the point where it's ready, right? No ham, salami, no leg. Imagine a horse walking up to you and you licking its ass. Well, I hadn't ever imagined that before, and there is, of course, a first time for everything. And that was the first time I'd ever imagined that. Very good. Very good. We're breaking new ground here. If I don't end up using all of this, we'll figure out, like, it'll be fine because I'll know how much I had to start. Okay. 8 strips, that's about a cup of bacon. Kathy, welcome in. Hello. I see we have the 200 level check-in bug happening still. I'll wash my hands here. All right. This is good. We have a little leftover bacon, which is always fine too. I don't usually eat pork. One of the recipes that I got an option for testing. So I've been doing recipe testing of other people's recipes, and I do all of that. Excuse me, I do all of that offline. So I don't y'all don't ever see that, but it's additional. It is additional cooking that I do throughout the week. And one of the more recent rounds of available recipes was a pork chop that was like in the slow cooker. And it was interesting because I was reading it through and I was like, oh, that sounds good. But I realized that, like, outside of the occasional bacon, I don't really eat pork at all. Like, I don't eat beef really much either. But it's super popular, but I just I don't know. I was like, wait, I don't remember. I don't even remember the last time I had a pork chop, like, just, like a steak. I can't remember. Okay, so that is about one. That was 8 strips of bacon, 1 cup chopped, 94 grams. How many ounces is that? 3.3 ounces. A cool new sheet pan. Oh, cool new sheet pans, plural. Super. New sheet pans. That's exciting. That's exciting because, like, the old sheet pans, they get bad over time and then you don't realize it. And all of a sudden your sheet pans are like dark and awful. And then you see the new ones and you're like, whoa, is that what a new sheet pan looks like? Damn. Okay. Okay. Ava, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. Okay, let's stuff these shells. We have everything that I need. I have my shells. I have my potatoes. I have bacon and cheese. I'm going to make like a sour cream topping for this, but I don't want to put the dressing on the shells themselves. Like, I want that to be something that you serve like on the side. I think, or maybe it's just like you serve them with sour cream and you sort of like you cut them and like dip them in sour cream. We're gonna suss that out. I know that I'm not putting them on the shells when I bake them, so we're gonna pop them in the oven and start the baking process first. Okay, so 9x13 sheet pan. I'm gonna spray cooking spray. I don't think I've ever sprayed cooking spray with my left hand. I'm pretty sure I have not. Interesting. It's all patchy and awful. It's like not in the right spot. It's not very even in here. I cleaned all my sheet pans on the self-cleaning mode in the oven. Whoa, Mike, that's a great idea. I kind of love that. Did they buckle when you were doing that? Did it end up sort of warping them at all? I'd be worried about that. Okay, I'm going to be doing this all by hand, and I'm just going to put gloves on for this because I want to put gloves on for it. They were already warped. Took them out back and laid them together with weights on them. Okay, you fancy. I see that. That's a good idea. Okay, so I'm measuring. I'm also going to measure my the potato situation here. So we've got potatoes. Here's what we've got to do here. We've got potatoes and shells. Let's see. That's about, I would say that's about a tablespoon. I just put in there. I think I can get more. Anywhere from 1 to 2 tablespoons per shell, I think, is the goal. And then we're going to take some of this bacon and put like a pinch of that bacon, and I'm just going to like stuff that in. So we have basically a shell that looks like that. And we're going to set that in the tray, our greased pan. So I'm going to measure these twice just to make sure. So I've got that's a tablespoon. That's about 2 tablespoons. So I think I think the way that I'm going to phrase this is between 1 and 2 tablespoons. And a pinch of bacon pressed into the top. And we'll see. We'll see how far we get with that. Now, I'm not going to continue using the tablespoon because it's really deep. Like, it's got a deep bottom to it. And that's annoying. I would prefer to use a tablespoon spoon and do like just a big heaping bit of this and sort of do it that way. Yeah, because that's going to be about the same amount of potato. About this, that's roughly the same amount. And then a pinch of bacon. Let's see, for the sake of measurement, I'm going to get out a teaspoon and see if that is maybe a teaspoon worth of bacon or so. And I don't actually know which hand is doing the dominant work in this, because the left hand is doing the fine motor skill of the potato smoothing and the the bacon pinch and press. But we'll switch here in a second and just see if there's a difference. Okay, so that's about a teaspoon of bacon. Yeah, I would say about a teaspoon worth of bacon per shell. I'm not gonna lie, y'all. These are looking pretty fucking good. Like, the thing with this is you could eat these right now. There's no, like, there's nothing that's not cooked here. So you could certainly just consume this as it is. Okay, I'm also going to take this fork out of here because I got too much stuff going on in my bowl. Yeah, Mike, it's not the safest bet for the oven. No, that's true. I don't think it's supposed to have stuff in it during the cleaning cycle. At least that's my understanding. But you can also put your cast iron pans in there if you were so inclined to cook to re-season those. That's also an option, because that'll burn everything out of those cast iron pans. Yeah. So this is this is good. What I want to do, what I definitely want to do here is I'm trying to gauge the ratio of like potato to shell. Because I don't want to end up with like a lot of leftover potato. I think if I end up with, what will happen is I'm either going to end up with either more potato than I need or not enough potato for the shells because I use too much. And that is fine on this particular version of these, because what I'm trying to establish right now is how much kind of to put in each shell. Now, it looks like most of my shells turned out really well. Like I'm not getting a lot of, it looks like they didn't really rip and they didn't really fall apart at all, which is good. So I'm trying, one of the goals here is to determine, okay, like if I end up with more shells left than I have potato, that means I put too much potato in each shell. So I'll back it off and say like a tablespoon of potatoes instead of, 1.5 to 2, which is what I'm doing right now. If I end up with more potatoes and not enough shells left, then the opposite of that is true. Right now, it looks like I'm going to end up with more shells left over, which I think is fine. As long as the baking dish is full, right? Like that's kind of the goal. The goal is fill the baking dish with shells. So, Darlene on YouTube, welcome in. You know what I should have done with this? I should have measured how much 2 exact tablespoons weighs, and I should have done this by weight. Instead, I'm sort of just eyeballing it, which is okay. I think I am going to have to test these a second time just to make sure when I test these a second time, what I will be working on is making sure that the process of doing these is good, meaning that it is as short as possible to go from starting the recipe to eating. That the time is as short as possible. That is also a big goal here, is getting the timing correct. So I know I did not do that very well today. I had I did all of the things individually, meaning, cooking the pasta, cooking the potatoes, all of that. But I think there's some efficiencies in there that I'll sort of try to suss out as I work on the language of how to do this. Generally speaking, when I'm working on a recipe, the first pass at the thing is getting it to work just in general, making sure that the concept works, that I have the right language for how to assemble things, that I know sort of what I want the final product to be. If I test it a second time, that is typically going to be for the process. So I already know that I can get it to taste the way I want it to, but I want it to work better. I want it to be more efficient. For example, the pasta stew that I just worked on, that was the orzo with beans and sausage and tomato sauce that you cook all in one pot. That I tested 3 times. I tested it 3 times. And the third time was literally the quickest it's cooked because I changed how I was cooking it. 9, what is the filling other than instant mash? There's instant mashed potatoes and there are green onions in here. That's it. So it is basically, it's instant mashed potatoes in stuffed shells with bacon and cheddar cheese on top. And obviously you can use any kind of instant mashed potatoes you want. You could always use leftover mashed potatoes if you have them from a meal. The inspiration from this, I got inspiration for this from the concept of leftovers. Like I'm always sort of, one of the ways that I think about new stuff is like, what if I had this as a leftover? What would I do with it? You know, and like that was where this one came from, was like sort of leftover Easter meal. Like, you know, you're making mashed potatoes for Easter for your family. Like, you got a bunch of leftover mashed potatoes. Like, what do you do with it? How do you make it into a wholly separate meal? So that was the thought here. Now, if you were, as I probably would, if I was like making this not from leftovers, right? I would probably make my own mashed potatoes with like a lot of butter and heavy cream and salt and pepper. But today we're kind of, I'm going off of an instant mashed potato because this is a recipe that's supposed to be as simple as possible. And again, today we're working on the ingredients and making sure that I know sort of how long everything takes, and working on like, oh, the potatoes took this long and the pasta took this long. You know, what I will probably say for this, as I'm sort of thinking through and talking through, is like, if you're cooking your shells, right, you are going to be boiling water for that. So boil a big pot of water, you know, take 4 cups of water out of that pot and make the potatoes before you drop the pasta in. That kind of thing, you know, that kind of acknowledging that sort of efficiency and thinking through like that process is usually round number 2 of testing. Mashed potato croquettes. That sounds great. You know what I've done before that's been a complete failure that I was really frustrated about? I've tried to put mashed potatoes in a waffle maker and it didn't work. And I was like, how come this didn't work? I saw it on the internet and other people had done it and it worked for them. And I was like, it didn't work for me. Has anyone ever tried that? Like mashed potato waffles? I think that would, I think it sounds great to me. But Liz, welcome in. Good to see you. Happy Tuesday. Hope you're having a good afternoon. Or wait, carry the one. Oh, it's still a good morning for you, but I hope you're having a good one. I hope you're having a good Tuesday, regardless. Stuffing works. Stuffing in the waffle maker sounds phenomenal. I love stuffing in general. You know what I've never done? I've never made my own stuffing. Is that true? That is true. I've never made my own stuffing. Okay, from a portion standpoint, I got the potatoes. The potatoes were good here. I have enough. This is like just the right amount of potato to fill enough shells for one tray. So I could have stuffed these a little less and put a few more in here. I'm ending up with a lot of extra. I have a lot of extra shells here. So I think ultimately what I'm going to call for is to make these smaller, maybe like 1 tablespoon of potato per shell, so that they end up looking like this, which is a little bit more closed, right? As opposed to like this hefty one, which has quite a lot of potato in it. So I think I've just overstuffed these a little bit, which is fine. I'm not, again, we're working on the portion and making sure like that all that is sort of accurate today. So I ran out of bacon and I've run out of potatoes. My tray is full. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18 shells left. That's too many shells. So I do think I need to cut down on how much potato is in each shell. So let me do this. I'm going to take a picture of this as it is right now, so that I remember like how much there was in the tray and how much was left over. Or make more stuffing. Yeah, I don't see Cyber. That's the thing. I don't know if I couldn't, into a 9x13 tray, I couldn't fit any more of these. So we're really like jammed in here, right? Like these are pretty. I could fit. I say we're really jammed in here, and then you look at the top of the tray, and they just slid down, and I now have room for like 6 more up here. So, I could make. There's nothing worse than an understuffed shell. Now I have more bacon. I have more green onion. I have more shells. I do have more potatoes. Let's make another packet of potato. And then what I think I might do is, well, okay. First off, I'm going to turn my kettle back on. Because I bought potatoes for, I thought that I would use 2 packets per recipe. So I bought 4 packets because I intended on making this twice, obviously. I have shells left. I have bacon left. So let's go ahead and make some more. And then we'll figure out the rest. Yeah, because I don't want to understuff these, but I also don't want this many shells left over. The other thing is, I'm not making a sauce for these, so they really kind of have to stand alone, right? Fudge Darling, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. If I was doing a sauce for these, like if they had tomato, if these were like regular stuffed shells, right, and they're a little bit understuffed, it's okay because there's another element to this. I am doing a sauce. It's going to be lighter than like a tomato sauce. Like I'm not dousing these in it before I cook. It's more like something that you would, it's more like an accent. I'm seeing it as more like an accent, right? Like a loaded baked potato, you don't bake with the sour cream. You put like a dollop of sour cream and it sort of melts into the whole thing. That's how I'm imagining this. Like I'm imagining this as you could also just pour like a little bit of heavy cream on top of these at the end. And that would probably be fine too. Okay, so I did 4 strips of bacon. Let's do, no, I did 8 strips of bacon. Let's do 4 more. I'm gonna cut up 4 more strips of bacon. We will cut 1, 2, 3, 4. That's okay. We're in whole package territory now, which is both disturbing and good, because I do love using a whole package of anything. So let's cut up this bacon, and that's going to be about 1.5 cups worth of bacon. I do need to note the additional ingredients here. So before we get started, I will make these notes because I don't want to forget. Okay, so bacon cup is refilled. Apron on, welcome in. I hate partial packages of anything. Yeah, totally. It's a really, it's annoying. I was thinking this. I was like, oh, I'm probably going to only use like 4 to 6 total strips of bacon here. Not so. Not so at all. It's definitely a, I've now got 1 piece left from the whole packet, so it's fine. I'm just doing 4 because I did 8 for the first bit of this. And now I'm into like, okay, if I'm using a packet of potato, I'm thinking about it as a ratio, right? So for each packet of potato, it's like 4 pieces of bacon. That's kind of that's where my head is at currently. Okay, I'm just going to use the same bowl for the potatoes because there's no reason not to. I have my hot water over there. It's ready to go. Scale is tiered. It's at 0. 2 cups of hot water is 474 grams. 237 times 2, 474. 460 plus 14, 474. Okay, cool. And I'm using the scallions in the potatoes. So we're gonna do another. Hold on. I'm watching numbers and trying to talk at the same time. I can't do those 2 things at once. So just 1 moment. 474, 76. It's fine. So I'm using scallions both in the potatoes and in the as a topping. So I'm gonna put half of the scallions in the first 2 cups, or in the first 2 packages of potatoes. So I'm gonna put half again in this bowl. So once these potatoes have sat for a minute, we'll put another half of the scallions in here and we'll mix those in. And then we'll just use the rest for topping. Boiling water in a glass bowl is bad, right? I don't think so. I think as long as it's heat proof, it's okay. Or as long as it's like tempered glass, I think it's fine. I use my Pyrex, these measuring cups. I'll put these in the microwave with water in them and boil it. Which I do that regularly. Oof, what a word that is, huh? Regularly. And I've never had an issue with it. If it's not tempered glass, like if you have just like a pitcher that you were using for like beverages or something, yeah, I think that's probably not meant for the microwave. But like these types of cooking bowls that are like for just all-purpose cooking. I've never actually considered whether or not I should put this in the microwave. I've always just gone ahead with it. And I mean, I just poured boiling water right into this and it's fine. So anecdotally, I think it's okay. I'd probably make sure that it says like microwave safe on it somewhere. Okay. But we're giving this like about a minute to steep, because that's what the directions say. We're gonna move this. I'm gonna kind of push these down in the tray because I've got. I mean, they're potatoes, right? You can mash them together. They're already mashed. Why not just mash them more? Is my thought here. And this, hopefully this is good. I mean, I think that it should be. I think it should be pretty good. I think that it should be pretty versatile in the sense of like, in the sense that like you could just stuff these with whatever, you know, with potatoes and then put whatever you want on them. You know, I'm thinking like you could do like, you know, a 4 cheese like taco blend and some salsa would also be good on here. Avocado crema on top might be nice. So let's see, 12 strips of bacon. So that's 1 and 1.5 cup. And then green onions. And then, so I'm using 3 packets of mashed potatoes in this situation. Okay, that's definitely been a minute. Let's mix in about half of these scallions. So the last little bits here are really just for the picture, just for like topping, sprinkling them on top. So these potatoes are fluffed, ready to go. Okay, and now got potatoes, got another round of potatoes, more bacon, scallions are in here. I've already got my shells ready to go, so let's go with the filling. Again, I'm gonna get some gloves on. Time check, 14:55. Okay, so I have 2 hours left here, which is good. I should be able to get the second recipe in. The second recipe today, I have it. I've made many times. Lifetime number of times I've made this recipe is innumerable. But I've never actually put like numbers on it or kept track of any of the details of it. So we're going to do that today. But I do think we're going to have time for that. So that's a good thing. All right, let's see how many more of these shells I can stuff with this potato I have left and with the space I have left in my pan. The other thing here is I think you could probably get away with stuffing some of these a little less than I have. Each of those packets of potatoes is supposed to be 4 servings, which I guess I believe, but I don't know if that feels accurate. I don't think this is 4 servings. This looks like 3 servings to me, sort of at most. 3 hungry people servings. All right, but we're getting there. Again, I'm just gonna like give these a shove, and I think as I'm sort of thinking about how to say how to make these, how to give the directions here. Like making sure they are tightly packed in the pan is probably important to being able to get like all of these in. Okay. How many did I say I thought I could get in here? About 6 more? We're trending towards that. I think this is possibly... I don't think I'm going to be able to get all of the potato... I don't think I'm going to be able to stuff shells and get all of them in here, but we'll see. Yeah. We're working on it. I'm pushing them together here, but I don't want them to be too... The thing of this is too that they're all already cooked. Everything in here is cooked. Like you could eat these as they are. Like there's no the only thing that cooking is going to do for these is going to melt the cheese. That's the goal. Basically like melt the cheese, make sure they're heated through. I think the next round of these, instead of using the packaged potatoes, what I'm going to do is determine what the volume of the packaged potatoes is, and then just use like boxed mashed potatoes, right? Like these packets are good, but I think from a cost perspective, if I'm buying 3 of them for a recipe, it's probably going to be cheaper to buy 1 box of mashed potatoes and use like as much of it as possible. That's my kind of my thought here. Oh, I didn't put bacon on that last one. Wasn't paying attention. Failure. Okay. I think these look good. I don't want to add a lot more here. Yeah, I guess I do. I guess I do. I guess I can add 3 more here. I got just enough potato for like 3 more, and I just kind of gave that pan a shake, and it feels like I can fit 3 more in there. So we're gonna go for it. We're going for it. And I got just enough bacon for 3 more too. So we're gonna end up being in a good, right in a good spot here. And we're gonna what we're doing with the cheese here is I'm just sprinkling cheese over the top of the whole thing. We're just gonna spread the cheese evenly and then pop it in the oven. I don't know how long it's gonna go in the oven for, so we're gonna kind of keep an eye on it. And basically, like once the cheese is melted and starting to brown, I'm just going to pull it out. I have my oven at 350. The oven's been at 350 pretty much the whole stream. I don't. Yeah, I turned the oven on to cook the bacon. So it's been on for a while. All that is to say, I know that my oven is at a good temp. It's not still like in that sort of post preheating phase where it's like not quite at the right temperature yet. Okay, so that's good. We have our shells, we have our bacon, and we are ready for our next step. Potatoes, used all the potatoes, used all of that bacon. I have a few shells left. Now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 shells left, which is good. I think that when you're making a recipe for stuffed shells, my not assumption, but like my understanding is basically that I don't want to assume that I have an entire box worth of stuffed shells. I want to assume that I have most of a box of stuffed shells, meaning some of them are going to rip. Generally speaking, like some of them are going to rip, are going to be not useful. So this as a remaining balance of shells is fine when I have an entire pan of shells that are looking pretty good here. So I'm happy with these. These are filled with potato. They're filled with bacon and green onion. Now we're going to take an 8-ounce bag of sharp cheddar cheese, and I'm going to spread this evenly over the top. 8-ounce bag? Should be an 8-ounce bag. Yeah, 8 ounces. Again, I mean, obviously, if you're making these yourself, you can use whatever kind of cheese you want. Doesn't have to be sharp cheddar. It could be whatever you've got on hand. But this feels like a lot of cheese, but we're getting there. And I know once it starts to melt, it's going to be fine. Once it starts to melt, it's going to like get down in the cracks too. So it's not just going to be as visibly prevalent as it is when it's still just plain like this. All right. So there we go. We have our final our sort of final product, final pre-oven look at this. So there it is from the side. Looks like stuffed shells. I mean, it is stuffed shells. They're just not stuffed with ricotta and covered with tomato sauce like usual. Like you usually think of stuffed shells. All right, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna put this in the oven. I'm gonna make a few notes. We're gonna do the dishes because I got a bunch of dishes over there. Let me take a picture of this first. Wipe your camera lens. Wipe your camera lens. If you're going to take a photo with your phone, wipe your camera lens. Every time, just wipe it off. It makes your photos better. All those photos someone sends you that look like blurry, it's because they have fingerprints all over their lens. All right, we're going to, oven's at 350. We're gonna pop this in. I'm gonna make a few notes. I think we're gonna do some dishes. I think this is probably gonna take about, I wanna say about 10 minutes. I'm gonna set a timer for 10 minutes. I don't know if that's gonna be the right number. We'll figure it out. I'm gonna leave the light on. We're gonna look, keep an eye on this in the oven. I know that I want the cheese to be melted, and ultimately, like I want the whole thing to be heated through. Now it's pretty warm. I mean, the potatoes were warm. Not everything in here is room temperature to warm, so it should heat up pretty quick. I'm wondering if maybe I should have put it in the oven for like 5 to 10 minutes first without the cheese and then put the cheese on top. I think it's probably okay. I think by the time the cheese is actually melted at 350, the whole thing's gonna be warmed up. So let's just pop it in. Pop it in, we're gonna make some notes, and then we're gonna do the dishes. While we're doing the dishes, we're gonna play a game of words on stream and run a 3-minute ad on Twitch. So that's upcoming, just so y'all are aware. All right, we have our shells left over. What are the notes that I want to make here? Okay, so fill the shells. I put 1 to 2 tablespoons filling. Press shells together to fit more. You may have leftover shells. I want to press bacon into mash and top with cheese, even layer. So oven, I want to put oven at 350. Oven at 350 degrees. What else? 12 strips of bacon, got that. 8-ounce package of shredded cheddar cheese, that works well. I said 4 green onions. It was about a half a cup of green onions. Moon Eyes, welcome in. Hey, congrats on your Cookie Club entry. I've never measured cheese. Valid. That's reasonable too. I wish I didn't count how many shells were in that box. That's a bit nitpicky. I didn't count how many shells I put in that pan either. So here's what I need. When I test this again, what is the volume of the potatoes? Like cups. Per shell weight. I need the filling per shell weight. Number of shells in tray. Okay. We're gonna finish baking this, and then I'm gonna make like some sour cream sauce for it. I don't think I'm gonna do that now. When I say sour cream sauce, I am instead of just putting like a dollop of sour cream on there, I was thinking of doing something like a little bit looser of a sauce that you can sort of pour over almost, which would basically be sour cream with a little bit of like whole milk in it, and maybe like some garlic powder, something like that. I think that you don't need to make the sauce. I'm going to say for this particular recipe that the sauce is like optional in the way of like, hey, if all you really want to do here is eat these and put sour cream on them like you would a regular baked potato, like go for it. Totally fine. You don't need to make a sauce for these, but I do think that if you want to, it would be pretty good. And here's what that entails. So I'm not taking the sauce like super seriously in a way of like, it's going to be a necessity. But that's how I guess like a little bit of how I'm thinking about it. A sour cream ranch would be super good, Chochi. I agree with you. I think my aim is to just be able to have like a little light something that's as light as sour cream can be, right? That's not complicated, that you can just like whip together in the time that it takes for these things to bake. Now, am I going to do that while they bake right now? No, I'm not. I am instead going to do some dishes because there's a ton of them in the sink. We made a ton of dishes doing this. Not actually, it's not that many dishes, but I'm going to do a couple dishes while that's going on. I was putting the dishes on the dish rack away. And then we're going to get to actually doing some dishes. We're loading the dishwasher, I should say, but I need to move my camera over here. So I think my thought on these would be like just a regular dollop of sour cream would probably be fine. I don't think it needs to be more complicated. And ultimately, I am guessing then I'm going to want to just do that. But I think just like for the whole tray, I'm thinking like, you know, a half a cup of sour cream mixed with like 2 tablespoons of whole milk is, and like a teaspoon of garlic powder is probably about as complicated as I want it to be. All right, those have been in there for 6 minutes now. I'm sort of, I just put an eye on them. The cheese is not quite melted yet, so they're probably going to need a little bit more than that 10 minutes because I've only got 4 minutes left on my clock. So we'll see when we get there. Let's see if this stove camera works. I bet it doesn't. Oh my God, it works. Look at that. Holy crap. Y'all, I'm calling it the stove camera, but it's currently the sink camera. The sink camera is actually working. Oh my God. It hasn't been working like that for a while because it's been, the computer's been weird. Okay, we're going to play a game of words on stream here, and we're going to take a quick break while that is in the oven. If you're new to stream, we do a game of words on stream during our ad time on Twitch. If you are on Twitch and you want to hear what I have to say during the ad break, you can hop over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat. It'll take you there. We're going to run a game of words on stream. I'm going to do the dishes during that time, and we'll be right back. Once we come back, we're going to check in on our potatoes in the oven. So here comes the game of words on stream. Here comes a 3-minute ad. We'll be right back. Hang with me for a minute, and we'll be right back with you. All right.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right, first thing first. I'm gonna load the dishwasher. Because a bunch of this stuff just goes straight into the dishwasher and doesn't actually need to get washed. Some of it definitely needs to get washed. Did I hit that? Did I hit to run an ad? I did. I heard it. Okay. I heard it go. Sometimes I'm like, I'm going to run an ad. Very rare, but I have forgotten to hit the start the ad during that time. Which is slightly embarrassing, honestly. Okay. Getting there. All right. No, that's not going to fit in the dishwasher. Okay, I guess we'll do that one by hand. Are you going to fit in the dishwasher? Yeah. Okay, dishwasher is loaded. Let's actually do a couple dishes here. Okay, my timer went off for the oven. I'm looking in here, this cheese is definitely not melted. So it's getting too melted, but it's not where I want it yet. So I am just gonna, I started the timer again. We're just gonna do a count up timer, and we'll just keep watching it when we come back from the ad break. And that's fine. That was what I expected. 10 minutes was just a baseline, like, let's take a look at it at 10 and just see where we're at. I was not expecting it to be finished, so it's all good. Okay. It's over. Hey, if you're on Twitch, thank you for your patience during the ad break. I appreciate you. I know that no one likes the ads. I don't like the ads either. I only like the ads for a few reasons. One, they pay me a little bit of money. Two, they give me a chance to take a break and do some dishes. And three, I know that some folks like to play Words on Stream. Words on Stream, by the way, is a great way to get your first time chat out of the way. If you are new to stream, or maybe you're just a lurker and you want to get a chat in every once in a while, it's a good time to do that. No pressure, obviously. There's never any pressure to chat. But I also appreciate the time because it lets me do a few dishes, which for the first couple years of stream, I wasn't ever doing during stream. And then it would get to the end of stream and it would be like, oh my God, there's so many dishes. And I'd cry about it. And then I would do them after stream while I was watching whoever I rated. And now I try to do them during stream and it's much better. And I still get to watch whoever I rated, which is kind of nice, but it means that there's not a giant catastrophic pile of dishes at the end, which we appreciate. Anyway, good work, y'all. I'm gonna finish washing this last knife and then we'll be right back. I got my sheet pan here that had the bacon on it. We're gonna pour all of my hot dishwater on there and let that soak just like that. And I'm gonna come back over here. Wait, how do I do this? There we go. I think I can do this. I can do this. Yes, we can. All right. We did it. All right. In the oven is the pan. It's been in there now for 13 minutes. I looked at it when the timer went off. It was not finished yet. So we're waiting for that to finish up. I just keep looking at it and trying to like discern, okay, is it done? Is it done? Is it done? It will be finished when the cheese is like browned and bubbling. That's my thought here. Which it is not yet. I think this was going to end up taking longer than I thought. I also I have the thought now that I probably want to cook this a bit higher than 375 or 350. It's at 350. I probably want this to be at about 375. I'm not going to do that right now because I don't like changing things mid-process. So one of the things that when I'm testing a recipe or when I'm writing a recipe is if I say like cook this at medium heat, if it's not cooking fast enough, what I don't want to do is in the middle of that, turn it up, right? I don't want to be like, well, it's not cooking fast enough. Let's increase the heat. Because what I want to do, if I'm just cooking for myself and I'm not working on something, I would do that. Like that's totally a normal response to like, this isn't cooking fast enough, right? Joe, welcome in. But when I'm trying to discern timing for something, I want to continue carrying through like the process that I set out so that I have consistency. It's less about the like, in this first round of building something, it's less about efficiency than it is about the final product and understanding each of the steps that it took to get there. Now, I understand now that 350 is probably too low for this to be baking, which is fine. When I test this again, I will put it at 375 because I don't want this to take 30 minutes to cook in the oven. all the stuff in here is already cooked. It really should take 10 to 15, right? Like, so it's, that's sort of where, that's where my head is at when I'm like, well, it's not cooking fast enough, but like, let's not touch it. Let's just let it sit and we will get there when we get there. And the next time around, we'll do it differently. Yeah, so this is definitely definitely not melting with any efficiency. So we're at 16 minutes right now. I think this is probably going to take 30. Just like calling it the way that I'm seeing it. So that said, I thought this was going to be done now. I was like, we're going to wait to make the sour cream sauce for this until after the fact. We're going to do that now while it's still in there, sort of plodding along as slowly as possible. I also have some leftover shells here. I don't really know what to do with these. Actually, I do know what to do with these. I have a very small container of leftover pasta sauce in the fridge. I'm going to put the two of them together and just eat it for lunch, probably at some point. Possibly tomorrow. Anyway, let me put these in a little container here so they're not in this big bowl on the counter. The next thing is the sauce for this. Now, I'm trying to determine if I want this to be, I'm trying to determine how I want the sauce to be applied here. I don't think I want it to be poured over the pan, right? Like it's not like a tomato sauce, right? This is more around this is more like, I keep having to think of these as baked potatoes, right? Like if I was making a loaded baked potato, what would I do with the sour cream? I would just take a small spoonful of it and I would put it on the top. I think that's sort of the vibe that I want. So what I want to do is make a sauce that you put on an individual serving. That's sort of the goal here. Let me do two things here because I've got a big pot over here that I was cooking pasta in. Put that on in the sink to soak. So I have some things to clean in the next round of dish doing here. Let me toss this bowl. Give this bowl a quick rinse. Because none of these things do I need for the next round of recipe stuff. Yeah, Gwen could totally just have these as buttered noodles, but also I don't think it would be enough. I don't think there's enough noodles there for that to be satisfying. So there's that. All right, we're at 19 minutes. I'm going to check these again. I'm going to put an eye on these again at 20 minutes, and we'll see where we're at. Like I said, when I test these again, these need to be at 375, maybe even 400, because I think we're not cooking anything here. All we're trying to do is warm everything through and melt the cheese. So the balance of, is everything warmed through before the cheese is totally burnt? Like, I want those two things to happen at the same time. What I did not do for this is any research around how long stuffed shells cook for. I've made stuffed shells many times. I'm usually following a recipe, and this time, because I'm writing it, I didn't actually look and see any like prior examples of stuffed shell recipes. So I have no idea what the typical time and temperature for cooking them is. But it's basically the same thing, right? Like everything in a normal stuffed shell, when you're cooking it with like the ricotta and the sauce, that's all totally cooked already. Like regular standard like tomato sauce stuffed shells have everything's cooked already. You're just trying to melt the cheese. So it's basically the same vibe. So what I will do before the next version of this is go back and look and be like, what are stuffed shells cooked at? What temperature? All right, we're at 20 minutes and 41 seconds. So looking still not really melted to satisfaction. Jessica, welcome in. I love your cat emotes. You know what I can do? Let me grab a cookbook over here, because I bet you that in one of these two books, there's a basic recipe for stuffed shells. I love it. I'm so glad that those cat sounds exist. Stuffed, let's see, shell. I'm seeing stuffed bell peppers. No. I'm gonna look at shells. It might just be under like a pasta listing. SHE shell fish. No. Okay, so let's look at pasta. Pasta, shells, tomatoes and zucchini. Chicken soup? No. Shells and tomato beef sauce. Baked 4-cheese pasta? No. Fusilli, linguine, porchetti, orzo, pesto, primavera, ravioli, salad? No. Huh. There's no... If there is in here, I can't find it. If there is, it's not in a place in the index that I think would be it's not in an obvious place. So let's look in the Joy of Cooking. Sauces, soups, SO. I'm just looking at for the word stuffed shells first. STR, stuffings and dressings. Bread, breadcrumb, croutons, grain, sauerkraut, streusel. No. Okay. STUFF. No. Okay, so maybe it's under pasta. Let's look under shells, actually. SH shellfish, sherbet. No. Okay, let's look under pasta. PAST, pastry. No. Pasta. Pastries. Pasta, lasagna, salads, shapes, spaghetti, stuffed. Here we go. Yes, lots of resources here. Starts on page 311, goes to 312. Okay, 311. 311, about stuffed pasta. Look at that. The bookmark was on that page. It was fate. Pasta stuffed with homemade filling. Yes. The filling can be prepared a day ahead. Yup. The dough must be filled and shaped while it is still moist. Yes. To freeze. To cook. Okay. We don't need to do that. All right. Cheese filling. Got it. 3 meat filling. Got it. Okay. These are basic. Oh, these are these are all like ravioli stuff. Yeah, this is all ravioli. This isn't like stuffed shells. This isn't what I'm thinking of. I feel like there is a recipe for this in both of these books that I am just not finding the right way. Ravioli, wontons, shumai, no. dumplings, gnocchi, lo mein. Interesting. All right. Well, we're gonna move to the internet to find this information, and we will do that. We will do that offline. That's fine. I don't. Let's see. Is there one more book over here that I might consult? There is. There's actually a lot of books over here that I might consult, but let's try this one. Stuffed STOUSTU stuffed pasta vegetables. Okay, stuffed pasta 544 through 549. 30 minutes, Anne says. What temperature I think is the question in the moment too. 544 through 549. Okay. Ravioli, tortellini, cannelloni. So manicotti 350. Okay. So we're almost at that timing. I'm at 26 minutes currently. Gnocchi, dumplings. Like, I think manicotti would also be analogous to what I'm trying to do here. Yeah. All right. 350 for 30 minutes sounds about right. I'd like to cut that time down. So I'd like to, I think that I might try to do these. I'm going to make these again at some point, and I'm going to do them probably at 375. So we're at 27 minutes. Let's just take a look. We're almost there. I might just want to broil these at the end, honestly. Because it's not mozzarella. The thing is, this is cheddar, and it's pre-shredded cheddar. So it came in the bag already shredded, which means that it is, it's less likely to melt into like one layer, right? Like when you use pre-shredded cheese, it has like an agent, some sort of like additional chemical on it that keeps it from caking and sticking together in the bag. But what it also does is it keeps it from melting like really nicely together. Again, if I was making this several years ago, right, where I'm like on stream doing just like making something up, right, and it's not for writing a recipe, I would make my own mashed potatoes and I would probably shred the cheddar myself. So that would also mean that it was very that it was a more likely to melt into a single layer. It is just cellulose. Yeah. But again, it keeps it, it keeps it from melting together. Like it's all melted, but it sort of still stays in its shape, which is weird, which is not ideal. So you're trading the convenience of using pre-shredded cheddar, which you don't have to shred or measure yourself, for the less melty. It's just less melty. Okay. All right. Well, we're at 30 minutes now for that being in the oven. I thought it was going to be around 10. I said that I don't want to increase the temperature, and I still don't really want to do that. But I think these are probably, I mean, these are heated through. Let me take my thermometer and see what the temperature inside of one of these shells is. Because if these are like 150 degrees, like that's fine. Like they're cooked through. I don't need this to melt a ton more. I would like it to melt more. So I'm at 120 on the inside here. 130. I'm at 150 on the shells that are on the ones that are on the outside. So I might just give this, I don't know. I'm going to give this another, let's see, I'm at 120 after 30 minutes. I'm going to give this another 10. I'm going to give this another 10 while we make the sour cream. And then the next time I do this, I'm going to increase the oven temperature. Because you're right, 9. It doesn't, like sharp cheddar itself doesn't like melt down into a really nice like liquidy form. Even when you have just like a piece of sharp cheddar on like a burger or something. The other thing I could do is broil this for a few minutes, which I think I'm going to do at the end, regardless of how long it cooks for. So we're going to give this another, let's give this another 10 minutes. So let's do 40 minutes total. I'm going to set a timer for 9 minutes because it's already been 21. Let's see. No, I'm going to set a timer for 8 minutes. So I'm going to give this 8 more minutes at 350, starting now. And then we'll broil it for like 2 minutes so that it gets a little browner. What I want, I definitely want this to be like when you pull a shell up, that like some like cheese sort of, there's like a little string of cheese that stays between the shell and the dish. Right? Like that's all the melty that I really want. But the other thing is that I want the potato on the inside to be heated through also. Like it's important that it's hot. Like you can eat it before you put it in the oven. It's all completely cooked. But you want it all to be hot together at the same time. That's definitely the goal. So let's get out some sour cream. We're going to make a little sauce for this. The sauce, like I said, is just going to be sour cream. Now, I think this is 16 ounces. So this is 2 cups of sour cream, right? Yeah, 16 ounces, because they come in 8-ounce containers. So what I was thinking was, I'm going to get one 16-ounce container, and for the sauce, I'm just going to call for an 8-ounce container, which is roughly, it's 1 cup of sour cream. So I'm going to measure out a cup of this. I'm going to measure out 8 ounces of this. And then we'll mix this with a little bit of whole milk and some garlic powder. Okay, let me wash my hands again. Okay. Wait, that towel I used to wipe the counter. New towel, fresh towel. So we have about 5 minutes left on those shells. And then again, we'll broil them for just a few minutes. Okay, so 8 ounces of sour cream. Let me give this a little stir. Got a little bit of the top. A little bit of liquid on the top here, so let's just stir that back in. Okay. Crazy Chris, welcome in. Good evening. Good evening to you. 3, 4, 7. Okay, and with what's left on the spoon, that's going to make 8. Just 8 right now. Roma, welcome in. Welcome in. About 4 minutes left on what's in the oven, and then we've got just a quick broil, and we'll be good to go. I said I wanted to do a little bit of milk to this, so all I want to do is loosen this up a little bit. Like, this is really thick, right? Like, it's not, you can't pour this. You can spread it, you can't pour it. All I want to do is get this to just a very, very, just like right to the edge of being able to sort of pour, but not so much that it's like a liquid. So we're going to do a tablespoon at a time of milk in here. And I'm just going to use whole milk. We're going to use a tablespoon, which is 15 milliliters or 15 grams. And I'm going to mix that, and we're just going to see kind of where we get to. I think a tablespoon might do it. We'll see. Crazy Chris, you used some of the recipes last week. Which ones did you work through? Did they work for you? I'm assuming they worked for you if you're saying they were amazing. I'm curious what you used, what you did with it. Always nice to know. Thank you for letting me know. That's super cool. If you are ever so inclined to leave a rating and review on the site itself, that is also super helpful. Okay, this is almost there. I think one more tablespoon. One more tablespoon in here is probably going to be right, because this is like just there. So let's do one more. Couldn't leave a rating. Down at the bottom there is you have to like wait for the thing to load. It's a whole separate application that they use. Chicken and rice. Excellent. Excellent. The kohlrabi salad, yeah, that's one of my favorites. I like that one. I've been making that one sort of out of pocket for a long time, and it is nice to actually have some like clarity to what the process is. That's one of the ones where like every once in a while I'll make it and it doesn't turn out the way that I like it, and I'm like, what did I miss? What did I mess up? Like, I forgot. When you make things regularly, just like from your head all the time, sometimes it doesn't, it's like, it doesn't always work. And then you don't know what you messed up. So I do like actually using a recipe. All right. So that was 2 tablespoons. I'm going to add one more. Chris, I don't know if those were actually my recipes or if they were just from the site, because those are not familiar to me. I'm not at the point where I've written so many recipes that I don't remember them. Although that's not true. So the other day, I forget, there was one that I was like, oh yeah, I forgot about that. I was looking on the site and I was like, oh man, I should make that again. That was really good. Okay, that was fine. That looks good. I'm going to broil these now for 2 minutes. Oh, that's 20. We can't do that. 2 minutes. 9, I am. So the purpose of this is I'm just mixing this with a, oh, the Discord recipe page. Oh, amazing. Okay. Yeah, totally. So all the stuff in there is not exclusively, or not exclusively my recipes. Gwen, I planned on it. I planned on it, and I am timing stream to do that. Good? So you're off the hook for whatever. If you are, I assume that means that you're staying at your office later, which is fine. Just enjoy whatever it is that your plans are. 9, yeah, I'm planning on, okay, that's the right consistency. Means I can buy laundry detergent. Oh God, how depressing is that? But also fair. That's good. Okay, cool. Yeah, 9, my plan is to take this and drizzle it over, not the whole pan, but just drizzle it over the, like, per serving. Oh, yes, the color change. Whoa, thank you. Hold on. This is garlic powder, right? Is this garlic? Yeah, garlic powder. Okay, so I'm adding a little bit of garlic powder to this just for, like, an additional little punch. Okay, broiler is finished. Hold on, before I stir it. Broiler is, okay, we're gonna do an additional minute on the broiler. So that's 3 minutes on the broiler total. So the citrus did it. Interesting. That's fascinating. Was it, do you suppose it had anything to do with the baking soda or baking powder? I'll show you, I'll actually show you this. This is fascinating. Sorry, I'm tasting this sour cream. Okay, so that was a whole teaspoon of garlic powder that I'm putting in here. Beautiful. Okay, yeah, that's about good. We're brown. I could probably give that 1 more minute, which I'm going to do. Okay, so before I pull that out of the oven and, like, ooh and ah over it. So this was baked for 40 minutes. And then I'm broiling 4 minutes till brown. So ultimately, I'm going to end up cooking this at like 400 degrees for way less time than I just cooked that for, because that was too much time. That was far too much time for a quick meal. And I don't think it doesn't, since it's all cooked through, and the cheddar's not really going to melt to like a super satisfying version of melted. I think I can increase the heat here without worrying about it burning. Okay, but we're gonna get this out. Here comes my loaded mashed potato stuffed shells. I'm gonna actually, hold on, I'm gonna keep the oven on. I'm gonna put the oven at 375. All right, here they are. if you're interested in the final version of these, these are they. We have, hold on here, we're not centered here, but this is I am interested. So this is what they look like as a sort of final product here. So a little bit browned. I mean, the cheese is melted, but the cheese is still really just in like individual pieces. Again, because this is bagged cheese, it's not really going to fully melt into like a melty situation that I kind of want it to, but I think that's okay. All right, we're gonna let this sit for just a minute. Am I worried about the shells drying out? Not particularly. And honestly, one of the best part about stuffed shells is like the little crispy edges of the shells. I'm not seeing any burnt edges at all around here. If the shells do get dried out, what I will probably opt to do is put like a half a cup of water in the bottom of the pan as you're cooking it. But we'll see. Again, this is a first pass. First pass. Never made this before. Making it up on the spot. So this is all sort of going with the flow and trying to get it to taste. I want this to taste good. I'm less worried about the timing and at this point. So we can also, this is the part where we take these little leftover garnish here and add that to the tray. Okay, so there's that. It is 15:54. My son should be home pretty soon, so he's possibly a candidate for taste testing these. Okay, so I want to let these cool, maybe for a little bit. Yeah, I want to, here's, shit. Sorry, I'm having a thought. We're gonna let these sit here for just a minute and mellow. I'm not putting them in the fridge yet. What I want to do is time check. It's 15:55. The next dish that I have to test should not take that long to assemble or to cook. It'll take longer to cook than it will to assemble. So I think we're going to do that right now. And while that's in the oven, we're going to try that. That's the plan. Okay, this next dish is, y'all are going to laugh because this one is super, super easy. But it's something that is oddly enough not present on the places on the internet that I write for. So we're gonna do it. This is a freezer meal wherein everything comes out of the freezer, you dump it into a pan, you put it in the oven and you cook it. Super straightforward. This is fish and vegetables. My initial pitch for this was that you make it like a foil, like fish and foil, right? Like a campfire meal. That they were basically like, can you do that, but in a tray, like in a baking dish? And I was like, obviously you can do it in a baking dish, not a problem. So we're gonna do that. It's super straightforward. In fact, it's so straightforward that I think I can make this and get it in the oven before this cools off, which is great. So we're starting with the oven at 375. I have a 9x13 baking dish sprayed with nonstick oil. I just want to layer this with fish fillets. I'm currently using, what are these? Whiting, W-H-I-T-I-N-G. I'm not sure if these are, I'm not sure how to say that, honestly. But these are relatively thin. They are skin-on fillets. Now, some people don't like that, but that's okay. The purpose of this recipe is basically that you can use really whatever fish fillet you want. I just grabbed the fish fillets that were on sale. It happened to be the skin-on whiting fillets that were on sale. So that's what we're using. This is super, super, super straightforward. Again, let's count how many fillets I just put in the bottom of here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 fillets. Okay. Whiting is cod. Is that right? Because the cod was like 3 times as expensive, honestly. Oh, hold on. I didn't put a weight on these. Let me get a weight on here. Let me get a weight. Now this is only applicable, like, generally speaking. I wouldn't really, I would just say 6 fillets, but like, you know, you gotta do the whole thing. Okay, 614 grams, 21.65 ounces, and cups is NA, because you don't measure fish fillets with cups. Okay, so we're gonna layer these in, layer these flat. So more to the point of this recipe is about the instructions on how to like assemble it, less so the finicky nature of how to make it, you know, because it's not complicated. But laying everything flat on the bottom of the pan is important. So we're gonna lay everything flat. We're gonna wash our hands. So I was just handling raw fish. Yes, it was frozen, but that's not the point. Caretaker, welcome. Sorry, well, the reason I got, I guess, orange juice is because this time I added more orange juice and it was more blue. So my thought is, my thought on that is it might also be reacting to something reacting to the baking soda. And I was going, my head went there because recently I made those peanut butter cookies, and the next day after making them, they turned green. The inside of them turned green. I actually have one in the cabinet still. I can show you. And I did some research, and it was basically the baking soda reacting to something in the sunflower seed oil versus peanut oil. So I'm taking a half a teaspoon of salt and a half a teaspoon of pepper, and I'm going to season these fillets before I put any type of vegetables over them. Sprinkle salt and pepper, 1/2 teaspoon each. Okay. That is fascinating. Yeah, like I was thinking, the citrus is definitely the right. I think you're on the right track for sure. I wonder if you would, if you were to use a different type of citrus, Like if you were to use like grapefruit or something. Okay. Now I want to layer on the vegetables. So I have a 12-ounce. This is a 12-ounce bag of mixed vegetables. This one has carrots, corn, green beans, and peas. The reason I'm making this tonight, in addition to what I just made, is because these, I think, will keep in the fridge for a while. And this, what I'm making here, is going to be dinner tonight. Oh. Okay, vegetables evenly over the fish. Okay. So evenly spread the vegetables. I have some that jumped out onto the counter. That's fine. We're just going to toss those back in the dish. Okay, and then we're going to do another half a teaspoon of seasoning. That is one whole, for those of you all keeping track, that is one whole teaspoon of salt and one whole teaspoon of pepper. Now I'm using layer vegetables, 1/2 teaspoon each. Potatoes. Okay, potatoes. Now we're going to pop the potatoes in. I'm using air fryer potatoes. These are red potato bites. These have salt and pepper on them, so they're already seasoned. So I seasoned all of my other, I seasoned the fish and I seasoned the vegetables, which were unsalted. We're not going to season these potatoes before we put them on. Kitchen, you welcome in. Good to see you. Yeah, Ty, I'm not, I guess it's the same family. These were just cheaper. They were significantly cheaper than the cod. And I looked at cod. You could do this with salmon too. You could obviously do this with any kind of like flat white fish would be fine. So we're adding the potatoes in here. So thank you for the shout out to Kitchen View. Let me take a picture of the two things that I used in here. We're Kitchen View. We're making a recipe right now. We're working through adding stuff into here. Friends who joined us, Kitchen View is a fellow food and drink streamer who is live in a more commercial kitchen than this one, as this is not a commercial kitchen. It is a different vibe, which is super cool. If you like seeing sort of behind the scenes in a industry as opposed to a home cooking, I would encourage you to go follow. I'd encourage you to go follow, regardless of if you like cooking in general. It's a neat stream and a good vibe and a good energy. Works at a pizza place now, which is even more niche and fascinating. Strikes of Blue, welcome in. Friends who just joined us from Kitchen View Stream, it's nice to have you. Welcome in. My name's Lou. I am a home cook. I'm a recipe developer and tester. We're working on developing 2 recipes today. I'm also a parent. I live in Philadelphia. My pronouns are he, they, and I'm really happy that y'all are here. Welcome. First order of business is that follows are silent. So if you hit the follow button, there's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no chat messages, and I'm not going to say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions in chat. You can just hit the follow button and enjoy your lurk. If that's your vibe, that is my vibe, and I love when someone just lets that happen on the stream. Our stream is all about cooking and conversations, mostly vegetable forward family meals. But we also do baking, we do meal prep, we do snacks, we make cookies at least once a month. Sometimes we get out in the world and do IRL streams as well. So there's a lot. It's mostly food content and food adjacent content. The folks in chat are usually pretty enthusiastic about cooking in the culinary world. We're very kind of weird. It's a good place for innuendo if you like that. There's quite a bit of it. And we maintain a safe space for lurking. If you're a lurker like myself, as I mentioned, feel free to just hang out and lurk. We are getting a recipe in the oven right now. If I can find my olive oil, there it is. Jordy, welcome in. Hello. Right now, I am going to add some olive oil to this pan. We're going to start with 2 tablespoons of olive oil. And we're basically making an oven dump dinner, but we're formalizing the process. So that is the vibe at the moment. 2 tablespoons of olive oil seems about right. I don't think we need too much more. Maybe 1 more. Looks a little dry. 3 tablespoons of olive oil. The only reason I'm measuring this is so that I can put a volume in the recipe itself. If I was making this just for myself, I would never measure that. I would just fill it with olive oil till it looked right. But we don't do that. Potatoes plus 3 TBSPOO. We're going to cover it with foil now so that it steams a little bit. We want there to be some steam in this. And the oven is at 375 currently. We're going to put this in, and I'm going to guess, not guess, but we're going to put this in for about 20 minutes to start. Let's set a timer, lest I forget. 2000. That's 2 hours. Nope, too many zeros. 20. There we go. Okay. Great. All right, we are going to start with 20. We have a finished product here to try now. The goal is that this tastes good. That is the goal. So we're gonna give this a shot now. It's cool enough that I can touch the pan, but still warm enough that it should be just fine. Now, how many servings do you suppose this could be? I would say this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 servings if you were going to do this as a main course or as your dinner. So let's get we'll get a spatula and get this served up. 1 sec. Okay, Calvin is home as well. Calvin, I hear you down there. Okay. Sounds good. Let me grab a fork. I will tell you how it tastes. So what we have here is something we've been working on this afternoon. This is a loaded potato stuffed shells, like loaded baked potato stuffed shells. So these are stuffed shells. They have they're shells stuffed with potato. Would you like to try?
Me?
Yes, you.
Yes. Sure. Not a lot. Not very hungry. But I would like to try a little bit.
Okay. Your jacket is still on, and that's good. Okay, so this looks like about 1 serving. Okay, here, hold on. Let me give you a little bowl. You can just have 1. Okay? Here you go.
I'll get a fork.
Yeah, can you get me a fork too, please? Okay, yeah, that's about 1 serving. Thanks. Hold on.
Oh.
Hold on.
Okay.
Hold on, we got a little dressing here.
What's in the dressing?
Sour cream.
Oh, that's it.
There you go. Yeah, so the dressing is basically
Is it like really hot?
Is it hot? No, you can
I
just
finish my-
no, you can probably eat that straight away. I mean, I don't know, maybe it's hot. I said that, but like it might be horrifically hot inside still.
Is this the mashed potatoes that we got at the store?
Yeah, those are the ones that I picked up when we were at the store.
Well,
What do you think? Reaction?
yeah, it's really good.
Really good?
I like the addition of bacon.
You like the addition of bacon? I mean, they said that they wanted the bacon to be optional, but I don't think that's really doesn't seem to be optional. Okay, I can't really give a cup measure to that, but I can give a weight measure to that. He just went to town. Yeah, he did. He really did. I can put a weight on this because I can weigh an empty version and then just weigh this with the thing in it. So that's 9.9, call it 10 ounces. Serving 9.9 ounces. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. It looks like 4 shells. 1, 2, 3, 4. So the serving is 4 to 5 shells, which would make about 25 shells in that whole pan. I think that there's more shells than that in the pan.
Well, that was good.
You want another one?
Okay, I'm not hungry.
No? Okay. If you want a snack, you can have some more berries or whatever was in there. I'm taking you to karate this evening.
Mm.
Okay, so we're going to put a little bit of that sour cream on here. Yeah, just toss it in the sink wherever. All the stuff in there is just soaking. And then this is like sort of a final picture. I guess it would probably be better if I had some level of greens or something on here, but I don't. Oh well. All right. Well, here's the Calvin says it was very good. These are the loaded baked potato stuffed shells. It's shells stuffed with mashed potato that has green onions in it, bacon, cheddar cheese, and a sour cream dressing. The sour cream dressing is just sour cream, whole milk, and garlic salt, or garlic, which I forgot to note. Sour cream plus, what was that, 3 tablespoons of milk? Milk, 1 teaspoon garlic powder. Okay. I forgot to note that, and you know, that's kind of the point of what I'm doing right now, is taking notes. So let's just give this a shot. This is like all stuffed shells, this is a little bit awkward to eat. So like, oh yeah, that's really good. You know what it does not need? Salt. The bacon is fine. The shells are, I salted the cooking water for the shells. The cheese has salt in it. The potatoes are already like pre-seasoned. They're fine. I didn't add any additional salt or pepper to this. I don't think I need to. I do want more of this sour cream sauce though. Sour cream like is one of the best parts of a baked potato.
Is that it?
No.
What's dinner?
Dinner is fish and vegetables.
Okay.
That is excellent, though. I'm really happy with how this turned out. I am, the process of making this really needs to improve because it was very slow and very tedious. But I think knowing the flavor is good, the efficiency of the process is not, it should not be difficult to make this quicker. I think you make the bacon first. You boil the water for the pasta. You use some of the water in that pot to make the potatoes. You cook the pasta. While the pasta cooks, you chop the chives and the bacon. When the pasta's finished, everything should be ready. And then you don't need to let the pasta, you don't need to worry about the pasta drying out because you can just use it right when you finish cooking it. Okay. Anyway, we'll workshop that. These are really good. I'm very happy with the end results here. And this is definitely a lot of potato. So the other thing is, I do think you could put a little less potato in here. I'm gonna kind of consider it. The shells did not dry out at all. Which is good. The shells did not dry out. They didn't dry out, and they didn't stick to the bottom of the pan. So those two things just on their own are excellent. I think, what would I do differently with that? Higher temperature, quicker. Higher temperature, cook quicker in the oven. And I think that the thing that I was missing from this, that I get out of a baked potato and out of stuffed shells that I did not have in this, was crispiness. Tatsia says, did I parboil the shells or cook them completely and then I stuffed them? I cooked them completely. So I cooked the shells for 10 minutes per the box directions. So they were completely cooked by the time I put them in the pan. So, you know, with a baked potato, when you bake it, the skin is like crispy, and that's part of what you enjoy about it. Same thing with like stuffed shells, when you have the like little burnt edges on them. I think I'm missing that. There's no crispiness here. It's like mashed potato. Like it's like mashed potato, and there's like shell involved, but it's not, there isn't any crispiness. So I want that. Notes. Not crispy. What I want out of this is either, well, Jamie, you're right. I could just put the bacon on the top and that would crisp up a little bit more. I sort of pressed it into the potato and the bacon was soft. It was good. It was there. It was prevalent, but it was still like soft. And I think what I could do with this is cook it at a higher temperature. I'm having another one. If I cook it at a higher temperature and broil it a little bit longer, it's going to get, one, it's going to cook quicker, which would be great. But two, I think that would help with the shells themselves getting a little extra burnt on the edges. Like with stuffed shells, one of my favorite things is when you have the shells that are sticking up and they burn, like they literally burn and they get crisp and they're charred. That to me is one of the best parts of a stuffed shell. I don't know about y'all. Maybe you're just like, ew, burnt. But I'm definitely missing that textural component from this. The flavor wise though, everything is pretty good. I could parboil Tatsu. My only problem with doing that is there's no liquid sauce on here. So there's nothing to help them cook. There's no liquid in here to help them finish cooking. Like when you do stuffed shells, in the bottom of the pan, there's all that like tomato sauce that sort of bubbles and steams. This doesn't have that. It's just dried filling. So I worry that it wouldn't work because of the lack of moisture. No, I mean, I could put a little bit of, as I said, I could put like a half a cup of water or a cup of water in the bottom of the pan, and that would help steam. But then I think it would end up being soft again. So like, they cooked fine. They didn't stick to the bottom and they didn't dry out. So Ty, exactly, like the edges of a lasagna, right? Like the crispy edge of a lasagna is like, oh, so good. It's such a good part of it. And I was missing that from here. So something to consider. Definitely something to consider. I think 70% of the way there. So this was good. I would say, like, if I made this again exactly like it was, I'd be happy with it. I'd be satisfied eating that. Like, I am going to be satisfied eating that. We are going to eat that for dinner. That's going to be dinner tomorrow. Not tonight. The fish that's in the oven is going to be dinner tonight, because that will last and reheat. I'm positive that will just reheat exactly like it is. I'm also betting you that much like lasagna, it's going to be better tomorrow. Whereas fish is not better tomorrow. Yeah, I think higher temperature. So I did this at 350 for 40 minutes. I think I'm going to put this in at either 375 or 400 for like 20 minutes. And then I'm going to broil it for like 5. Because I broiled it for 4 and the cheese is just starting to get crispy. I think I do worry that if the cheese was broiled much longer than it was, I think that it would end up being burnt. So I think the higher temperature to dry out the edges of the shells that are exposed a little more, and then broil it for roughly the same amount of time, I think that's going to work. So I'm thinking like 400 for 25 minutes, broil 4 minutes, something like that. Oh, apple crisp. Yeah, you got to broil the apple crisp at the end. That like caramelization on top that you get from the high direct heat is so good. Well, yeah, if you let it marinate, like it's gonna sit in that tray overnight. I'm not repackaging it. I'm just gonna like put some plastic wrap on top of it, and we're just gonna keep it in that tray. Let's put it right in the fridge. So that's good. I'm happy. I'm happy with where I'm happy with the start. It's the starting point here. We hit a good starting point. This is also, I would say, the right amount of sauce that I made here. I'm just thinking, like, if I Would this be enough for the rest of this? Yeah, probably just. So I think that the sauce is good. Again, you don't need to make a sour cream sauce for this. I just like it to be a little bit thinner so that it's not just like a giant glob on top. That's a personal preference in this instance. Not obviously not necessary for the enjoyment of the thing. Jamie, the sauce has a. The sauce is super basic. It's sour cream with 3 tablespoons of. It's 8 ounces of sour cream, which is 1 cup of sour cream, with 3 tablespoons of whole milk and a teaspoon of garlic powder. So super straightforward. Again, you could just use sour cream. I just wanted it to be a little bit thinner so that I could like drizzle it over top. Because it is a pasta. It's more, you know, I'm thinking more about like sauce as opposed to like a dollop of sour cream. It could be heavy cream, or it's basically anything that's more liquid than sour cream would work. So, you know, I happen to have whole milk, which is, I almost always just have whole regular milk. You know, you could use a little bit of water in there. You could use any type of nut milk, oat milk. You could use heavy cream, obviously would work. I would probably do a 1/4 cup of heavy cream because it's heavier and thicker than milk. But you could do any of those. It would be, any of that would work just fine. Okay, we are going to shuffle some things around in the fridge here. This is, oh my God, this is cursed. This is just like a weirdly uneaten container of yogurt that is in the fridge and just dry and desiccated. Oh, no thank you. I know where that came from, but I also know where it's going. Okay, that was 20 minutes. My timer just went off, so we're going to check. I'm just going to put eyes on this fish. I don't think it's finished yet. I can't imagine it's finished yet. We're not bubbling in the bottom of this tray yet. What I'm looking for is a little bit of bubbles in the bottom. I'm looking for, yeah, everything in here is still quite literally cold. So I think I think for this, I'm at 375. I said I don't love increasing the heat on things at mid cook. But I don't think this is cooking quick enough, if I'm being honest. 350 is like a baseline temperature. I don't really want this to, in my experience cooking fish in the oven, like in a foil packet, like 25-30 minutes is like sort of the normal amount of time. Because it's literally like vegetables and frozen frozen fish. Like once it's cooked, it should be, once it's thawed, it should be cooked. You know what I forgot to do with this? Shit. I forgot to put butter on it. That's fine. You know what we're going to do? We're going to put butter on it right now. Because it's still frozen. The potatoes in there are literally frozen still. So I think it'll be fine. We're going to put some butter on there. It says to add the butter on my sheet. Actually, you know what? It doesn't say to add the butter. It wasn't in my directions. I missed it in the directions. Quilpy, hello. Did I say hi to you? I don't think I did. I don't think I did. Maybe I did. If I did, congrats. You get double hellos. And if not, please accept my apologies. Let's do 4 tablespoons of butter cut into small chunks. Let's cut these into small chunks, right? And then I'm going to take this out of the oven briefly. I am going to turn the oven up to, let's say, you know what? You know what I should have done? Let's look and see what those potatoes are supposed to cook at. Because I bet you they're supposed to cook at like 425. Oh no, they're supposed to cook in an air fryer. So who knows what they're supposed to cook at? 400, 12 minutes in an air fryer at 400 degrees. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to take that tray out of the oven. I'm going to put this butter on top of it. I'm going to put the foil back on, and I'm going to turn the oven up to 425. And then we're going to time it a little bit more. Because I don't think this is one where the thing that I am more focused on for this process is what happens when I take the foil off and how long I have it with the foil off. So right now we're not steamed. Fish is still raw, so we're good. I don't like adding the butter this late in the game is fine. You know, we're 20 minutes into the thing. And I'm going to make this again. Obviously, I'm going to do this at least one more time. I have plenty of fish. I have a whole other round of vegetables in there. So we're going to just pop this back in. I'm going to turn my oven up, and we're going to give it another, like, Jesus, that's hot. Shocking. I just pulled this out of the oven. It's hot. What do you know? We're going to give this another 20 minutes in the oven. At 425. All right. But when you put the butter on it, and that should be good. I was like, I'm looking at it. I'm like, how come there's no liquid in the bottom that's bubbling? I was expecting to see melted butter in the bottom of the pan bubbling. And I was like, wait, there's no butter. That's why there's no liquid in the bottom of the pan. Shocking, I know, right? You'd be surprised at what you expect to see when it's not there. Okay. Anyway, let's put some things away now. I'm gonna take a quick break to do some dishes. While I'm doing the dishes, we're gonna play a game or two, possibly 3, maybe 4 if we keep winning, of Words on Stream. And when that's over, we should be good to be able to check on that fish. Again, at least just put eyes on it. Pause. Lou, you said you were going to set a timer. You didn't set a timer. Now you did. All right. We did it. You got to watch me with stuff like that, because I'll be like, I'm going to set a timer, and then it's like 30 minutes later, and I'm like, I think how much longer? And then I'm like, oh, wait. It's no time longer, because I didn't actually account for the time that I was using. Anyway, let's put some stuff away, though, because we are moving. We're moving into the next phase here. Next phase is getting reset. Yeah, I know. It's definitely like, I'll forget to set a timer. I did this last night for the garlic bread. I was making garlic bread last night, and I was like, whoa, what's the like, how much time is left on the bread? And I was like, oh wait, I've just been doing dishes for X number, for an indeterminate number of minutes, and didn't set a timer for the bread. And I looked in, and it was like just about to burn. And I was like, oh my God. Because it was all the leftover rolls that I had in the fridge that were like, I didn't have more of them. And I was like, shit, if I burn these, I'm going to be so annoyed. It was like leftover rolls and leftover roasted garlic. So it was like the good roasted garlic. I would have been really annoyed if I'd have not done that. Okay, oven at 425. So butter, I want 4 tablespoons of butter. I also meant to add some dried herbs to this. Sometimes I just can't. Sometimes I'm just like, shit just doesn't work. Like my brain doesn't work. I definitely meant to add like a tablespoon of, literally a tablespoon of like dried dill to this. And I just didn't do it. So we're gonna do it now. We're gonna do it. We're gonna do it anyway. Because I want this to come out. A tablespoon? No, God, that seems like too much. I'm like, I'm measuring that and I'm like, oh, whoa, that's a lot of dill. Okay, let's do 2 teaspoons, huh? Eh? Okay, 2 teaspoons seems way more reasonable. Megan, welcome in. Okay, 2 teaspoons. We like that better. A tablespoon is a lot of dill. It's not that big of a dill. We can use a little less. I'm gonna get it out of the oven again. I'm gonna uncover it again. We're really messing up my cooking time, and that's okay. Because again, the idea is for the first time you do a thing, you want it to taste right. And the next time you do a thing, you want it to work right. So my butter's not even really melted on here. So that's fine. The butter's like literally starting to melt. All right, that is a good amount of dill. Hot, 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 hot. Okay, pop that back in again. What am I even doing? Okay, Lou, you know what you need to do right now? You need to look at this recipe. Make sure you did all the things that you wrote down. Two teaspoons. Okay, so I have a bag of frozen potatoes. What size bag is this? This is a 14-ounce bag. Okay. 14-ounce bag of frozen potatoes, 12-ounce bag of vegetables. How much salt and pepper did I use? I used a teaspoon total of each. One teaspoon divided. So divided. Okay, I have a volume for all the things that I said are supposed to go in here, and I can confirm that I have put them all in here. What did I do? Layer fish first, skin, side, down, if they have skin. Sprinkle the salt and pepper, 1/2 teaspoon. Layer the vegetables, sprinkle salt and pepper, 1/2 teaspoon. Layer the potatoes. Add 3 tablespoons of olive oil, cover with foil. Bake X number of minutes. Bake some number of minutes. What I'm really trying to get here is after the fish is cooked all the way through and the vegetables are cooked, like thawed completely / cooked. How long do I want it to cook with the foil off? Because what happens is when you cook with foil, you have steam builds up. Like it takes longer to heat because the air in the oven sort of isn't touching. The foil acts as a barrier, like a little bit of a barrier. So heat builds up inside of the pan and it steams. Once you take the foil off, the steam like goes away and it starts to dry everything out. And what I want is I want the steam to build up so that it it cooks the vegetables without drying them out. And then at the end, what I want is for you to take the foil off so that it cooks, so that some of that steam does escape and everything isn't mushy, that the potatoes get not crispy, but that they're not like potato mash. And I want a little bit of that steam to escape so that the fish in the bottom, basically what is remaining in the bottom is like butter and oil and not the water that has steamed. So there's a period of time for like 5 minutes, maybe a little bit more at the end of this where I want to take the foil off. And that's really what I'm trying to determine now, not like how long does this actually take to cook, because I can get there. I can sort of determine that in the next go round. I do know that I want my oven to be at a higher temperature, so I did turn it up to 425 because for this one, I'm pretty positive that I wanted to start at a much higher temperature than I was than I did at the start. I had it at 375 to start, and that was not enough. So, okay. Let me take a look at something here. What is using all of my memory? That wasn't a Google Chrome, Discord, OBS. Okay, what the fuck is using all this memory? Okay, I guess that's fine. I just like, I'm keeping track of like where my computer stats are at, and the memory has been creeping up. It's using 92% of my computer's RAM right now, which is a lot. Okay, anyway, we're gonna go play a quick game of Words on Stream. I'm gonna do these dishes over at the sink. I have some things to process into the dishwasher. We're gonna let this cook for a little longer. I've got 10 minutes on the clock here. This isn't the clock. This clock isn't super relevant to the thing finishing. So I'm going to check it again at 10 minutes from now. Before that, let me wrap this up and put this in the fridge because I don't need this to sit out any longer. This was really good. I'm very happy with how these shells turned out. I'm looking forward to making this a quicker to assemble and quicker to bake recipe, because right now this process for making this takes well over an hour, which is not the goal. The goal is not that this is a 30-minute meal, because I don't think that's going to be possible with making shells, making bacon, making potatoes, all that. But I don't want this to be a big like project thing. What I will say about this is I think you could assemble this well ahead of time and then like bake it when you need it. So if you were meal prepping, this would probably be good for that. But the goal is that this is something that you could just make. Yeah, you could put together in a reasonable amount of time, not a giant all afternoon project. Okay, let me get a beverage out of the fridge here. All right. Excuse me. A little green tea, tasty. How's my microphone doing? All right, we're still pretty good. I don't have too much longer. My microphone's still in the green. Maybe I could plug this in for a few minutes while I'm doing dishes. I don't like having it plugged in while I'm streaming, because then there's just like a cord, hanging out from my shirt. Ideal. But I guess if it's just like that, that's not that bad at all. Cool. All right, well, microphone's charging. All right, so if you're new to the channel, we do a game of Words on Stream every so often. During that game, we do 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch, which is what we're going to do right now. During that time, I take the opportunity to do the dishes, and then if we keep winning at Words on Stream, we get to keep playing. If not, once the ad break is over and that next game and that game that we're playing is over, we'll come back. When we come back, we're going to check on the fish in the oven. I don't think that's finished yet. I don't think it'll be finished when we check on it either, but you know, miracles do happen. But we have a coming up at around 5:15 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We are going to do our drawing for Cookie Club this month. So when we come back, I'm going to tell you about Cookie Club and what the drawing means and what that entails. I did say to several people that we're going to be doing the drawing at 5:15. I also put it in Discord that it's going to be at 5:15. So we're going to try to do the drawing at 5:15. I have a roughly hard stop today at 5:30 p.m. Calvin has karate tonight, and I'm taking him to karate. So I can't stream and do that at the same time. I could, but I'm not. Because of privacy. Robster, welcome in. Not for me, right? All right, so as I mentioned, if you're new to stream, we do a 3-minute ad break while we play Words on Stream. During Words on Stream, it's a good time to get your first time chat in. If you're a lurker and you want to you're new to the channel, maybe you want to get your first time chat out of the way. That's always a good time to do it. I should note that follows are silent. If you are hanging out and you're like, F this guy, he's about to cut to an ad, I'm out. Wait, hit the follow button. If you hit the follow button, nothing happens. There's no alerts, there's no sounds, there's no messages in chat. I'm not going to say hi to you and ask you a bunch of questions. You just follow the channel. Follows are completely silent and unacknowledged, unless you want to be acknowledged, in which case there's chat and you can say hi. If you are also on Twitch and you're like, I don't want an ad, you can click over to YouTube. There's a link to that in chat as well. There are no ads on the YouTube channel. We are live there on both a horizontal and a vertical format. We're going to be working on building out the YouTube channel, not the channel itself, but like the live chat experience on YouTube coming up, so that it's more interactive, so that you can actually use commands and sort of all the stuff that you get in the Twitch chat. Anyway, if you are watching on YouTube, I would appreciate a subscribe. I would appreciate a like. If you want to chat on YouTube, you have to be subscribed for longer than 5 minutes, which really isn't that long. So anyway, welcome into anyone who is lurking and hanging out. Again, lurkers are always welcomed here. We're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads now. I'm going to do the dishes. You're going to see that on stream, I think. Maybe. Is that working? It is. The camera works. Yay. Okay, so we're going to run 3 minutes worth of ads. Here comes a game of Words on Stream. If I can find it in my browser. There it is. And here comes 3 minutes worth of ads on Twitch. We'll be right back. Okay, bye.
Hi. Welcome to another edition of Commercials I Hate.
All right. Also, for those of y'all who are hanging out and are hearing the sound of my voice, I appreciate you. That means that you're a subscriber or you're watching on YouTube. But anyway, regardless, I do appreciate you. Thank you for being a subscriber, whether you are here from a gifted sub or your own sub, or maybe Twitch is just being benevolent and not giving you an ad right now. Who cares? I care, and thank you. All right, but we're loading up the dishwasher first. That's always the move. We load up everything that goes in there, and then we do what dishes I can in the time I have left. dishwasher is slammed today. It is really full at the moment. We used a lot of dishes. Anytime I'm doing like development of a recipe, but really anytime I'm cooking, I end up using a lot of dishes. It's just a thing. It's a thing that happens. Okay, but let's wash a couple things here. So I've got my sheet pan. This is my bacon sheet pan. This was soaking for quite some time, so everything on here is good and done. Oh man, Words sounds disappointed. I always feel bad when Words is like, you didn't do good enough to get a good sound. It's fine. It's fine. Y'all are doing great. I promise you. Okay. No matter what Word says, y'all are doing wonderful. Okay, we're working through some dishes at the moment. This was the last of the dishes that we generated today, other than what's in the oven. So this is good. We're actually gonna get through all of the dishes. Hey, if you are on Twitch, welcome back. Thank you for your patience during the ad break. I know that no one liked the ads. I don't like the ads. You don't like the ads, and if you're a subscriber, you don't get to see the ads. If you're a subscriber and you'd like to see the ads, what's wrong with you? I'm just kidding. Maybe you work in advertising and appreciate seeing other people's creative work. Probably not, though, because that's unlikely. Anyway, we will be back from doing the dishes here in just a moment once this particular round of Words on Stream ends. Little reminder that if you see someone typing words in chat and they have a lock next to their name on the board, you can take those words and put them in chat yourself, and maybe you will get a correct word, and you'll help get a victory for the team, because Words on Stream is a team sport after all. You can't win words alone. It's not possible. Okay. Fantastic. Well, timer is going off. That means that we are going to get this thing out of the oven. So just a moment here. And we'll be Oh, whoa, was that a board? I didn't see that was a board. Okay, hold on. We got to get another one. Okay. We got to get another one. Here, hold on, we'll be back at this camera. All right. When we get a board, that means we get to do another one, because that means that y'all did really well. And I think if you complete a board, you should get a reward to see if you can do it again. Our record is level 21, by the way. I don't know that we've come close to that recently. But I'm going to take a look in the oven while we're getting this next one. Okay, I see liquid on the bottom. I don't see any bubbling. Yeah, oh, I do see bubbling. Okay, I see a little bit of bubbling. I think we're going to go, let's do another... Let's do another 10 minutes here. Actually, I'm going to take that out. Hold on just a second. Let me get this dishwasher me get this dishwasher ready to start here as we're working through this last board. So then we can actually start the dishwasher. And then it'll be ready to be put away by the end of the evening. That'll be nice. Okay. Yeah, that is pretty good. Okay. And last thing. I can't actually I don't actually want to start the dishwasher right now. Sorry. I'm going back on what I just said, because if I start the dishwasher, it makes a horrible noise, and then it is interrupted to the stream and my entire thought process, so we can't do that. Okay. That was a hard one. Good job today, y'all, though. That was pretty solid work. I'm always generally impressed by the folks who play Words on this channel, because y'all are smart. Y'all do really well. Amy G, welcome in. Good to see you. I saw your name. High fives all around. Indeed. That was poorly executed. Maybe we'll try that again sometime. All right. We have our fish in the oven. It's I just looked at it and it was bubbling, so that was 20 minutes. That was 20 minutes at 425. It had 20 minutes at 375. So average 40 minutes at 400. Is that how it works? I don't think that's how cooking works. But anyway, I'm gonna pull it out and check it. And I might want to add that back in there for another. I'm probably going to want to put this back in for at least another 10, 15 minutes. But we're bubbling. That's good. I can hear it. Like audible bubbling is always good. Butter is not completely melted, but my potatoes are cooked. My potatoes are soft. Yeah, potatoes are soft. Vegetables are soft. Let me take a fork and move this stuff to the side. And let me see this fish. Okay, fish is not finished yet. So that means that we need to keep this in the oven, obviously. But I'm going to take the foil off of this now. I'm going to take the foil off of this and put it back in. And we're going to give this 10 more minutes and see where we are at after about 10 more minutes, because there's a good layer of liquid on the bottom. And I'd like that. What's going to happen now is when I put this in, okay, Lou, stop talking. Start your timer. All right, timer is started. When I put this in with no foil on the top, it's going to boil. Like, it's already bubbling. It's going to boil, and it's going to boil off some of that liquid in the bottom. And that's good because it will continue to cook the fish and it will sort of dry out some of the vegetables that are on the top. So 9 asks, I missed the butter. Was that after the first 20? Yes. I also missed the butter. All of this is supposed to go in at the beginning. So in the beginning of this, you're supposed to put the butter and the herbs in there. I forgot to do literally both of those things. So what I'm focused on right now is just doing the final push between taking the foil off and finishing it. I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to cook this at 425 like the whole time. So I started at 375. I bumped the heat because it was just like not cooking at all. Because everything's already cooked. Like the potatoes, I mean, not already cooked, but they need to be warmed through potatoes and the vegetables. The fish is really the only thing that needs like cooking. So yes, I messed up and did not add what I needed to add when I should have added it. But again, that's why you use a recipe sometimes when you cook, so that you get those things, so you don't miss things like that. So I just forgot. I have it written down and I just didn't do it. But that's okay. The point is that I want to, once this is cooked, I'm just concerned, is it seasoned? Is it seasoned well? And is it cooked all the way through? Primary concern, like, does it taste good and is it completely cooked? The next time we do this, which there will be a next time, we'll be testing it for the specific time, temperature, all of the things. Elliot Fox Mulder, welcome in. Happy Tuesday. All right. So we're almost to our Cookie Club drawing. We're going to do that Cookie Club drawing in about 10 minutes or so. I've said to several folks that we're going to do it at 5:15. But before we do that, I want to tell you, I haven't actually like talked about Cookie Club in a while, like how to enter, what it means, who's eligible for what and when, that type of thing. So if you're like about to tune me out because you've heard all this before, that's fine. I'm going to say it again. Come back in 10 minutes and we're going to be doing the drawing. So Cookie Club is our rewards program for folks that hang out on the channel and participate in the community in some capacity. It doesn't mean that you have to spend money, but that is part of it if you want it to be. Basically, one of the first streams of the month, this is the first stream in the month of February. So today we're going to be doing a drawing. Everybody who had an entry from January is eligible for that drawing. I have all of the names printed out, cut up on little tiny strips of paper, and they are in this bowl. So everybody who's entered into Cookie Club, there were over 100 entries in January, has a name on here, in here. There are prizes. So when we do the drawing, we pick 10 names out of this bowl. The names that get pulled out are, we pick 10. Those folks do not have to be present to win. I will contact you on Discord. I will let you know that you've won, and you will respond to me if you want a prize. What are the prizes? There are several. One, you can get a $5 credit to the merch shop. Command merch in chat if you're like, hey, there's merch. Yes, there is. It is available on the internet. You can buy it with your own money. You get a $5 credit for that. The credits stack. So if you've won three different giveaways, and you want to use all three of those at the same time, you can do that. If you don't want merch, you can get a gift sub to any channel on Twitch. This channel, your favorite channel, any channel, doesn't matter. I will gift you a sub to that particular channel. Or, and this is why it's called Cookie Club. Jamie, thank you for putting the command in chat. All the things I'm saying out loud here are at the link that's in chat on Twitch right now. Or you can get cookies. They are made on stream. I vacuum seal them on stream, and I send them to you. So this is a little bit of a trust thing where like you have to provide me an address where I can send them, right? I can tell you definitively, I don't care where you have me send them. I'm not looking it up. I'm not like checking your shit out on Zillow. Okay. Not going to do that. I don't care. And I don't have time to like look at people's shit on the internet. Not my concern. I just need to know where to send you cookies if you want them. Anyway, it's been 2 years and I haven't been doxxed. Jamie and I was going to say, get me a Bible and I'll swear on it, but like, get me the new best recipe cookbook and I'll swear on that. I have never, not once, looked up someone's address because I don't care. I literally don't care. It's not relevant to anything to me. It really genuinely isn't. Anyway, it does take a little bit of trust, which is why you can get merch credit or you can get a gift sub instead of cookies, because I want you to be able to win and not have to like give me your address, right? Because maybe you don't want to do that, and totally understood. It's why I have a PO box. Anyway, how do you enter? There's a couple ways to enter, but there are guaranteed rewards. So you're guaranteed to get something every 6 months that you remain a subscriber. So that month, this month, the month of January, that means that Joe Adultman for 6 months, Fuzzy Rhino for 12 months, Lord Velos for 24 months, and SoFluff for 42 months are guaranteed to get cookies if they want them, or a prize. So all of those folks have been subscribed for a multiple of 6 months. You're guaranteed cookies if you upgrade your subscription in any 1 month. So you move from a tier 1 to a tier 2, tier 2 to a tier 3, I'm going to send you cookies that month, just as a thank you for upgrading your subscription. You can sponsor Cookie Club. So if you donate to sponsor the ingredients and the packaging and the postage, I will include you in that send for being a generous sponsor. And if you're a tier 3 subscriber, you get cookies every month just for being a tier 3 subscriber. So we have a few of those, a few folks. I don't even ask. The folks who are tier 3 subscribers, I don't ask. I just send the cookies. I do check if you're still a tier 3 subscriber, but like, but yeah, so how can you earn additional bonus entries? If you're a tier 2 subscriber, your entries get doubled every month. So if you're a tier 2 subscriber with a recurring subscription, that means that you get 4 entries every month just for having a subscription. So it's kind of worth it. If you donate something off of the wish list, or you sponsor a giveaway in chat. So I have a wish list on Throne. You can do giveaways from the merch shop. We had a giveaway last month. For every $5 worth of product you either purchase from the wish list or giveaway, every $5 is an entry. So we had someone do that this month. They have 4 entries in here just for sponsoring a giveaway. So you can earn other paid entries by being a subscriber, being a recurring subscriber, gifting a subscription. Every 500 bits is an entry. Every 500 bits is 2 entries. Every $5 direct donation through PayPal is 2 entries. Why is it 2 entries? Well, because I only get half the money from a subscription. So, so that's why. Again, you can sponsor a merch giveaway, or you can purchase something from the wish list. So that's how you can pay to get an entry into here. There are free ways to get entries. There's a check-in command. Every time you hit a multiple of 20 check-ins, that's an entry. There's channel points that you can use. You can redeem your channel points for entries. You can do that 3 times per month. So you can have 3 entries from just channel points alone. You can create a clip. If you clip the stream, it's something funny and interesting, then that is an entry. You can recruit a raid. So we have folks who are in other communities on Twitch who say, hey, why don't you bring your raid over here to this channel? If you do that, you have to let me know that you recruited a raid. But that is also an entry. So if you bring friends, if you raid the stream yourself, if you're a streamer and you bring your raid to this stream, that's an entry for you. If you level up in Discord by posting pictures or chatting in Discord, that is also a way to enter. And every 500 chat messages that you send in chat is also an entry. The bot will let you know when you hit those multiples of 500. So that's Cookie Club. All of that is, again, at Command Cookies. There's a link to that in chat. My timer just went off. I need to check what's in, check the fish in the oven. And then once we've checked the fish in the oven, we're going to do the drawing because it is about 17:15, and that's what I said we were going to do at that time. So we're going to do it. Let's take a look here. We are just about finished. We need 5 more minutes or so. About 5 more minutes of this. Okay. The fish is like, hold on. Let me actually look at that fish. I didn't pull the vegetables to the side. I just gave it a shake. Let me actually look at this because this might actually be finished. Pause timer. And this is going to be dinner tonight once I'm finished with this. Is this done? Yeah, I actually think that is finished. Is that finished? This recipe has been beguiling me today. I'm not gonna lie to y'all. It's not quite there. Okay, we're gonna give that 5 more minutes, and then it's definitely finished after that. And then, okay, so here's what we're going to do. We're going to put that in. We're going to do our drawing. That's going to take about 5 minutes. And then I'm going to get that out. We're going to do our present in to win. We're going to taste that. We're going to see how it goes. And then we're going to wrap up stream. Sound good? I want to see if I can, hold on, let me take a look here real quick. I just want to look at, let me look at something here. Let me look at something. I'm gonna find something here. Okay. 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have some folks. I was looking at who is live from the Food and Drink Club command. Actually, hold on. No, I can put that in chat. Can I put that in chat? Yes. I was looking at who is live in the Twitch Food and Drink Creator Club. Because that's what I try to look at when I start a raid. Is who's actually in the Creator Club and streaming. That's the first place I look when I go to find a raid target. Okay. All right. So we have a couple folks. We have a couple folks who are live. So I think we're probably going to raid someone in the Food and Drink Club. But let me also just see, is there anyone more compelling who I'm following? I would love to know where I'm going to raid before we get to the end of stream, because I feel like we're going to hit the end of stream and be like, oh, it's the end. And then I'm going to struggle to find somebody. Patrick Richards is live. Oh, we love Patrick Richards though. Patrick's been live for 3 hours. Okay. Anyway, I do think we're going to keep it in the Food and Drink channel category. Food and Drink category. That's what I'm saying. What am I actually saying? We're going to keep it in the Food and Drink category. All right. Are we? Yes. I want more people to join the creator club. That's what I want. All right. Man, welcome in. The empty jar of peanut butter. I do not. I did not take it. Anyone who's been hanging out here in chat can attest that I am allergic to peanut butter and would certainly not have taken your peanut butter. Okay, we are going to do our cookie club drawing now. Okay, are we ready? We're starting. If your name is in Discord under the entry tracking channel, your name is in this bowl. And I'm going to pull 10 names. And here's the first. Storm Martin EBFG for raid. Storm Martin EBFG for a raid. Friend of the stream. For being a recurring subscriber. The Purple Sunflower 5521. Ellie, congratulations. Thank you for being a sub for such a long time. Purple Sunflower has been a subscriber for a long time. Hasn't dropped a sub. Just keeps a sub to the channel, and I love that. It's so lovely. For being a subscriber, also a very long time subscriber, Fisty Foods, formerly known as Lil Fisticuffer. Fisty Foods, longtime friend of the stream. Longtime friend of the stream. We had, they are out in Minnesota right now, and that's what I think I heard something about that recently, and I was like, be safe, friend. For being a subscriber, Head of Broccoli. Broccoli, good to see your name come out always. Head of Broccoli for being a subscriber. Timer just went off, so we're going to take a quick pause to take that out of the oven. Now, I should note, we do a name at the end of this. So when we're finished with the drawing, this portion of the drawing, we also draw one more name. So we draw 10 names, and you don't have to be present. But then we draw one more name. And that name is, we keep pulling names until we get someone who is present in chat right now, whose name is in this bowl. So if your name is not one of the 10, that does not need to be present to win, there is one name that does win just for being present. For being a subscriber, Steffi386. Steffi, thank you for being a subscriber. Nine, you never know. I pulled someone's name last month. It was the first time their name had been pulled. For being a subscriber, Rim Job Shart. No, I pulled someone's name last month who only ever has one entry in here. They've been a subscriber since day one. No, not since day one. They've been a subscriber for a long time. Someone I know in person who just subscribes and doesn't come into chat very often. For a recurring subscription, Troy Takes Photos. Troy Takes Photos. Congratulations. Fellow Philadelphian. for being a subscriber. Chefy J. Chefy J. A person who I've met in real life. Always kind of interesting. Always fun to know people from like real life, you know? Pickles Anonymous. Go Birds. Go Birds indeed. Go Birds indeed. For gifting a subscription, Cyborg K Chop. Cyborg K Chop. For gifting a subscription. Already pulled that person's name, so we cannot do that one again. Already pulled that person's name today. So this is the last one that's just for, not just for general. This is the 10th name. For rating the channel, D Gamers XL. D Gamers. Congratulations. Okay. Now we have one more person. One more person to win here. Needs to be present to win. So if you're here and you're hanging out and you know that your name is in this bowl, listen for your name. Because I'm going to say the name and then I'm going to give, if it's someone who is, we've seen in chat today, I'm going to wait. If it's someone who has not been in chat today at all, and I'm like aware, we might wait less. So just a little FYI. For being a subscriber, Just Jamie. Just Jamie, are you still here? That is, I believe, the first time. It might be it's one of the few times. It's very rare that the first name that comes out is someone who's actually in chat. Okay. Congrats to everybody who won or whose name came out this month. You know what? One of the things that I really love about Cookie Club is that while we do have repeat winners, we always have at least one repeat winner. Every month that we've ever done Cookie Club, I have mailed cookies to someone new. So every single month, someone wins for the first time, and I get to send someone a brand new winner, something new. That's a weird way to phrase that. I get to send cookies to someone who's never gotten them before for the first time. Every single month. There's never been a month that we've done Cookie Club where that hasn't happened. And I'm waiting. This month is not going to be the month because I know that there are several folks who have never won here before at all, ever. And I have to believe that one of them is going to want cookies. In fact, I know one of them specifically who I've met in person and is a fellow Philadelphian who I will probably meet in person to get the cookies too. Anyway, I do love that. For everybody whose name is in here who did not get drawn, I want you to know how much I appreciate you because I see all of the folks who take part in this channel every month. And whether or not you do it, whether or not you hang out here because you just want cookies, I have to believe that maybe you like hanging out here for other reasons too. And so I want to say thank you just in general for like being part of the community, being part of this stream, being part of the conversation. And, you know, for the folks that continually have your name in here month after month after month, I appreciate you deeply. I would love to send cookies to more people every month. I've said many times, if I was ever to hit like a larger tier of like total number of subscribers, I probably would just send more cookies every month instead of like, I don't know, instead of other things. But anyway, thanks for the folks that did that. I'm probably going to reach out to you from the sidelines at karate this evening. So if your name was in here, I will very likely be reaching out this evening. So that's not meant to go in there. Okay, let's let me try. I'm gonna try this fish. Let me yell up to Calvin to make sure that he's ready to go to karate. 1 second, to mute myself. Okay. So this is what we made today. We made a couple things, 2 different things. One is a fish and vegetables, which is, this is going to be our dinner tonight, but I want to get a little portion of it to show and share. It doesn't look like that stunning, I'm not going to lie. I think it has too much liquid in it, if I'm being real honest. But here's the view of that. We have a whiting fish. This has a bag of mixed vegetables, a bag of red potatoes, and some dill, salt, pepper, and butter. And this is literally dinner tonight. It also happens to be a recipe that I'm working on that will need some improvement because the process here was not ideal. Flavor is good though. I mean, these are, unsalted bagged vegetables. They're not stunning to look at, not gonna lie, but you put enough butter on anything, turns out okay. The potatoes are supposed to be in an air fryer. That's their like standard. They're very soft. They're not at all the crispy potatoes that you would expect to come out of an air fryer. But these weren't air fried, so it shouldn't, not really a problem. Fish is cooked all the way through. This is good. I mean, this is what I expect. This is literally like what I was expecting. So I'm happy with it. Not happy that I forgot the butter and the herbs and threw a little of the way through. I'm not happy that I started it at a temperature that was too low. We'll figure that out next time. But this is good. I enjoy it. I'm gonna set this to the side because I've eaten a lot. I just ate a bunch of those shells. I ate a bunch of shells, and I've had some fish at this point. I'm happy with this. I'm gonna pop this in the fridge with in a few moments here with some foil over top, and then we'll just cover it. We'll just reheat it when we're gonna eat dinner in a little bit. Foggeist, food was excellent today. I was very happy with how things turned out.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry.
We'll
Daddy?
wait.
Sorry. Daddy? Sorry. Daddy?
We'll
sorry.
wait.
Daddy? Sorry. I'm sorry. Daddy? Bye.
Always a favorite sound. Thank you for that one, of course. Let's see. Where are we going to go today? We're going to stay in the food and drink category. I'm looking at the food and drink creator club first. That's where I always look there first. Let's see who is live in the creator club. Okay, I think I would like to go maybe today, take you all to go see Mer Bakes, who is doing a chocolate something. I can't tell what she's doing. I can't tell what she's doing specifically, but it does look chocolatey, which is great. We love chocolate. Anyway, we're going to go to see Mer Bakes today. Mer is a friend of the stream. She's been live for 2 hours. She has some chocolate going on and it looks real good. So we're gonna head over there. If I can find her on the thing. Where? Hold on. Yeah, there it is. Okay. Paste. Mer Bakes. All right, we're gonna go see Mer Bakes. Again, friend of the stream, member of the Food and Drink Creator Club. We're going to start that raid. The next time we stream, we're going to be on Cookie Club time. We're going to be making cookies to send out to people. That's going to be this coming Thursday. We have some goodbyes. We have some goodbye sounds in chat. We have some.
I hate to go.
There it is.
And leave this pretty
We have some social media links in chat. It would be lovely if you could follow me elsewhere on the internet, wherever it suits you. Specifically, there is a YouTube link in chat. I'd love it if you would click that and hit subscribe. That would be amazing. We'll be live again on Thursday. If I don't feel really well on Thursday, I'm not gonna make cookies. I don't want to make cookies if I'm feeling ill. I'm on the mend right now and have been feeling a lot better in the past. I'm feeling better. Anyway, but if we don't feel good, I'm not going to make cookies with my hands and send them to you. Ha 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 ha. That would be terrible. We will just do that on like Saturday or Sunday instead. But we will be streaming on Thursday, even if I'm still feeling a little under the weather, because I'm feeling a little under the weather today. Anyway, it doesn't really matter. Thank you all for hanging out today. I appreciate your company. I hope you have a good rest of your Tuesday. Happy hump day tomorrow for all of those who celebrate. Again, we'll be live on Thursday. We're going to go say hi to Mer Bakes. I'm just going to say hi and then bounce because I got karate to get to. Anyway, hope you have a good one. Goodbye.
Dad, the reason that I haven't come down yet is because there's a thing in the game.